Shalom, Salama, Siemi, Shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world. Whether you're the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahusha HaMashiach. Many refer to him in the Greek, in the Roman, as Jesus Christ. But we're not talking about Cesar Borgia. Sorry for getting those optics out your head. Today when I was getting the graphic up, for roller coasters, I knew roller coasters were invented by a black person, a black man, an Israelite brother, in the 1800s. And so I Googled his name. I wanted to be sure that that was correct. Several sources confirmed that that was indeed the case. His name was Lamarcus Thompson. But then I wanted to see. I was like, well, let me take a. I'm going to see the image of this brother right here, and let me tell you what popped up first. The very first image was an old white man, and it was some person. It wasn't even Lamarcus Thomas. It was some person, and he was supposed to be the father of modern physics. The reason I bring that story up is because we have to truly understand what this nation was built on and what this nation has been established on. This nation was built on the optics. Optics. And it's not just this nation. Really, it was the whole world. It's the optics. Exactly, Hario. Ain't no white man. Exactly. Exactly. But you have to understand, see, the role that optics plays is what we have seen play out, what we've witnessed for these last 400 years. Optics determines whether a genocide is accepted, like ours, or rejected, like the others. Optics can create an a false reality, like we notice with the roller coaster inventor. Well, the very first thing I saw was Google and the image of Lamarcus Thompson, and it was a white guy. So I just assumed that he was white. And now, with this roller coaster ride, a whole lot of truth is coming out. And this truth that's coming out is leaving their narrative out of control. Shout out to Sister Mario. She left. She posted. I noticed her and Teo and a couple folks post the interview that was done in the Congo. The interview in the Congo that was on Congo national TV. A broadcaster reaches 100 million people. And they were talking about they were the true Israelites. You had two doctors up there giving a breakdown in French. They're explaining away, look, we're the people. They said you have to look at this. No other curses fit our people. And all they could do, and it was interesting, all they could do, they could relate it to, right, the house of Israel, which is great because what they had to really decompose, what they had to break down, what they had to frame their argument over was the fact that somebody was impostoring them. There were some imposters going on. There were some impersonations afoot. There was some wrong imagery occurring. Even though they're the real Hebrews, even though they're the real Israelites. Then a couple weeks later, then the stories came on out that Congo needed France for something, and then actually a few days ago, the president of Congo said that's a complete lie. That story is a complete lie. Because why? Do you understand? They die for this. They kill for this truth. They kill for this truth to not be heard, to not be mentioned, to not be spoken about. But now we're in a day and age that the Most High Spirit has gone forth and they can't do anything about it. And you see that, family. You see they can't do anything about it. Now, here in America, and potentially around the world, fractional reserve lending has reared its ugly head, i.e., keeping the money away that they've stolen from us. And you know what I do, family? I laugh. I laugh because here's the thing, no matter what, let me explain this thing to you. I wasn't last yesterday when I was talking about the the situation in my family. I wasn't doing that to denigrate my cousin, but I'm telling you the experiences that we have with our family. Because these are the same experiences that we always have with people that try to manipulate. And no matter what you try to hold on to, no matter how much you think that you have over someone or somebody said, no matter what artificial power you think that you have attained, the Most High can wipe it on out in the most egregious manner. Now look at where we're at on the macro level, vice the micro. Look at what's happening because they're afraid, because they see their wealth is declining. Because why? Because they wanted to steal it. And now it's getting stolen back from them. By who? By other nations. We would have healed Babylon, but she refused to be healed. Who now wants to invest in a sinking ship? Come on, who wants to invest in a sinking ship? Who wants to invest in this Ponzi scheme? Where are you gonna pull your money at? Where everything's getting touched. This thing should have collapsed literally 3 years ago. It actually did collapse 3 years ago. But what did they do? You print more money. You print, you print, you print, you print, you print. The problem is now gold is a problem. And gold has always been a problem for them. That's why we got off of gold in 1934. To do what? To manipulate money. My paper has value. Man, that's just paper. Well, if I visualize it as something more than, do we get what we're, do y'all get this? Optics makes a difference. Look what I can do with this worthless behind paper. Nah, man, this gold will pass through the fire. And when it passes through the fire, it's still going to be gold. That paper's going to be burnt up, and it's going to blow away like chaff. And now, physically, metaphorically, I don't know. They're burning through the paper. That's right, Nita Brown. They're burning through the paper because the last vestige of control is being able to manipulate money. See, if you don't have that mind game anymore, if you don't have that optical illusion anymore, and the whole world isn't buying it, then it's in trouble. That's why, look, the whole world was on that strong drink. And it was staggering, like a drunk man. Because that's what Babylon did. Babylon made the nations drunk. Off of what? Off of an illusion. Oh, yeah, you can get drunk off of an illusion. Yes, you can. I remember in the military when I was back on active duty, for every safety stand down, that always usually happened around Memorial Day and 4th of July and Labor Day, during the summer months to try to prevent, alcohol related incidents. They'd always have a health and safety day, and, you basically get lectured for a full day for 8 straight hours. And part of that, I remember they would bring out the drunk goggles and they'd let you, walk around in the drunk goggles so you know what it feels like to be drunk, but when you're still sober and lucid. So you would put on goggles and it would give you the illusion of what it would feel like being drunk. A distorted vision, a distorted reality, a distorted picture, distorted imagery. Are we getting the point? I'm praying we get the point. Father, help me, Father. And so, what these nations have done, they've decided to take off their beer guard or goggles per se, and now they're starting to realize what it is that they've been duped. The gig is up. The jig is up. So now we're getting ready to ride on this roller coaster this week. Make sure you're buckled up in Yahushua HaMashiach, because this ride's about to get real, real bumpy. I was on Teo last night with Minister Yakoba. I said, look, the Fed said it's going to be fine Monday, and then they're going to need to borrow on Tuesday, and they're going to run on out by tomorrow, and then they're going to do the hems and haws on Thursday, and then you ain't going to get your money on Friday. The humming and the humming. Man, all central services are shut down. What do we do? Well, I need my paycheck. I'm doing this thing for free. No, you're doing this thing for CBDC, crypto, social credit. The good guys make the money. The good guy dolls. But we tend to believe that this thing can't, it's too big to fail. America's too big to fail. Babylon is too big to fail. Oh, they'll just they'll continue in the nosedive, but they'll level off the nosedive. It'll still be diving, it'll still be going down, but if you don't have that force, right, the level of G's, and you're feeling the pressure on your body as you slowly descend, well, when it crash lands, it's a soft crash landing. Vice a hard one. Because what can America do? It can't do anything. Because the nations that was servicing the debt, they've woken up and they said, we don't want any more of your debt. What do you think is going to happen this week? You can't remember all the talks of price manipulation that, you know, the US accused China of with the yuan, which is really the ultimate, pot calling the kettle black. And then China's like, all right, well, you can say what you want to say, but we're going back on that gold. They did that in 2019. And all I could say was, when I saw that in 2019, all I could say was, yeah, this place is going to crash in a few years just because of that. Just because of that. Because this was a deliberate takedown. And when people see the how deliberate this takedown has been, well, then how does the monetary system survive? They're going to close it up. It's going to be a closed system, closed nation. We're going to start looking like North Korea here in a little bit. Well, I want to leave. You can't leave. Why not? Because nobody's servicing the debt. And guess what? There's not going to be any type of international cooperation with the debt. Why is that? Because nobody's going to honor the money. I want to get on out to Tanzania. I want to get on out to Zimbabwe. I want to get on out to Ghana. You can do that. But now understand how much more expensive that will be come next week. The $5,000 that you had saved up now has a valuation of 2,000. That plane ticket that cost 1,700 now costs 4,000. Do you get what's going on here, family? Let me give you the actual definition of this. It's called the pricing parity principle. for the real academic understanding of this. And that pricing parity principle is effective when you have a dominant economic nation that has a robust financial support system that's able to dictate the transactions within their currency set. Which then, if everyone wants to do business, then they have to do business with that particular denomination or note of money. And so, what has been going on is that as this place has lost money, it started to lose money in March of 2020. But it's just been a controlled crash. Remember how they say soft landing, they want a soft landing? Well, they were trying to get their soft landing. The problem is these nosedives are occurring because why? Because Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, India, they done got on the plane and they did passenger 57. And this time ain't no Wesley Snipes. They're like, Wesley, help us. Help us beat up all the terrorists off this airplane. They're gonna make us crash. And Wesley's he's sitting there reading the newspaper. Man, y'all need to chill. You got me up here in 38B right next to the toilets. I ain't doing nothing for you. You want to make me smell this funk, but guess what? Now you're in the world of we need you to kick them terrorists in the face. South Africa's, do not do it, brother. We are here trying to help you. Pretty soon we will rescue you. Just sit down. I know the smell next to the bathroom, next to the lavatory is terrible. But pretty soon we will rescue you from this plane. It is in the plan. The Most High is working this plan. Just sit down. You are an Israelite. I am an Israelite. Okay, cool. I'm gonna sit here and read this newspaper. Let me know what's going on, where I need to go, where I need to grab my bags, and where I need to settle myself when this all goes down. But you're not gonna fight for this plane that's crashing. Let me tell you when I was gonna fight. I was gonna fight when them reparations got paid out. But you have to get that hard grunt. But that gurgle. Oh man, man, you know I wasn't gonna let no type of finger when you tried to stiff me on them reparations checks. Get out of here. Lay your behind down on the couch and on the sofa, pull your drawers down, and take every bit of that leather belt on the backside of your behind. Get your behind beat. Get that whooping that you needed with your bad behind kids. Aren't you gonna save us? Well, it's come to my attention that looking at the numbers, the rate of return on me getting involved in something that I will not be able to get any type of residual value from. Get my Poindexter hat on. X has a sub factor with an exponential non growth that will create a negative impact. I will make sure that I've included all type of detrimental factors in this, and the answer is no. The answer is no. But we're dying here. Me too. I'm dying to get my popcorn on, extra buttery with Fanta orange, and I'm watching this movie play out. Ooh! Oh, that scene, I wasn't expecting that scene. Oh, you see that white lady screaming there and says she's running across? Oh, my goodness. Oh. All their scary movies, all their horror movies, all wrapped in one. And black folks are just sitting on the sideline like, do we get free refills on this popcorn? Oh man. Aren't you gonna get up and help us? Yeah, I'm gonna help myself to where this concession stands at and get me some little Snickers poppables. Watch the rest of this movie before I get on my boat. Did I say the roller coaster was for us? Oh no, that roller coaster is for them. You have the wrong participants. I'm a spectator, but you did not understand this was a spectator sport. Oh yeah, that candy's coming out all out of our cargo pockets. Here, show me your hands. Cup your hands. Cup your hands. So I can pour these snow caps in your hand. Here, let me get to give you these crunches bunches. Oh man. You got good and plenty? Man, are you crazy? I got Sour Patch Kids though. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh man. Oh, we're watching this movie play out. The problem is it's not a movie. The problem is this is their reality. This is their life. Because why? Because everything that they wanted to actively cut us off from, what they didn't realize was they did us a favor. You better understand what happens with a nation that establishes itself on bloodshed. Man, that nation's not going to last very long. The only reason this nation lasted 400 years was because it was established to be our judgment. Oh, this nation would have been gone. So will rest also with that the rest of the European nations. Plain and simple. Oh yeah, Ninja Firewolf. We're gonna remake Disney World and Disneyland, except for instead of the mouse, it's gonna be the lion. Julion. Jude the lion. Jude the lion. Dad, can we do back from the grave ride? All right. Said it's better than Space Needle. Yeah, exactly. Israelite wife Desiree. We're gonna have 12 flags. Look, you weren't getting enough entertainment with them Six Flags. That's what they're trying to tell you. It's half as fun because it's not in the land. That's so now people are trying to decide, do I take my money out? Do I do this? Do I do that? I'm gonna tell you this. Do whatever the spirit leads you to do. But I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not gonna lift a finger to do anything. Because you wanna know why? Because I serve an awesome Elohim. Well, all of these Babylonians slash Egyptians slash whatever they want to call themselves, however they want to be cursed with themselves, are trying to figure things on out. You know, it's always the people that try to run and do everything, and in a panic, you know what they do? They literally fall right into the trap. They fall right into the ditch. Because why? Because they have so much fear that they're not even thinking rationally, and then they lose it all. Hallelujah. Let me get into this. Isaiah 24. Behold, Yahuwah maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priest, as with the servant, so with his master, as with the maid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the lender, so with the borrower, as with the taker of usury, so with the giver of usury to him. The land shall be utterly emptied and utterly spoiled, for Yahuwah hath spoken his word. This land is about to be emptied. Because why? Because you have to understand what always happens before you go to war. Resources get shuttered. Well, I had a contract for this. I don't care how much you think it's cost. I don't care how much you think it's worth. You don't have the value to support it. No, I need fair value for this. No, you're going to get the value that you had because why? Because your money's not right anymore. You know, we still have contracts with China. We still have to provide those goods to China. But if you can have that economic power over them, then guess what you start to do? Then you start to crush that nation that you have a contract with. Well, where are you going to get the money from? Who are you going to get your money with? Europe can't help you because I'm helping Europe. Australia can't help you because I'm helping Australia. Japan and Korea, South Korea, they're not going to be able to help you. Who do you turn to? And then eventually, guess what? All right, well, you want to do this? This is how you want to roll? We got to come over there and secure our assets. Because why? Because we don't pay too much into there, and you're not giving us what we want you to give, what we want. Or the other way around is, hey, we have to strike out at you because you're having us pay too much and you're burying us in the oblivion of debt. And I believe that that's the latter. I believe that's why we're seeing the latter. That's why we have Taiwan as, the potential jump off because of that. Isaiah 24:3, the land shall be utterly emptied and utterly spoiled, for Yahuwah hath spoken his word. The earth mourneth, and land fadeth away, the world languisheth and fadeth away. The haughty people of the earth do languish. Do languish. Oh my goodness. Are the haughty people now languishing? Are those that were like, my 401k, my savings, my retirement, I made so much money in this blah, blah, blah Babylonian system. And now they're rushing to figure out, how do I change my money? How do I do this? You ain't going to send it to Africa. Africa's like, we don't want your money. We don't want your crap. We don't want your papers. We're digging out our own gold. You can come on over here and dig, but you ain't gonna get no weapons. So therefore you're gonna be digging like beasts of no nation, just getting that mud. Just getting that mud and start sifting for diamonds. But this is my diamond. I found it. No, I let you come over here to find it for me. You think that you owe me in blood, sweat, and tears. But that's not what we agreed upon. No, we agreed upon a debt to be settled, but we had to double that debt because you kidnapped people. So in the land, guess what? You follow the customs, and the custom is you pay double for your trouble. Especially for stolen goods and stolen people. Do you see where this is going, family? The Most High's word, it never fails. Wait a second. Isaiah 24 and 5. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinance, broken the everlasting covenant. Ooh. Oh, they thought that they were going to be the people. They thought that they were going to usurp. They thought that they were going to be the imposters. And do you understand there's a price? There's a price that's paid. Oh, you want to be the people. Okay. Well, there's still a standard. See, see, do you know how imposters work and impersonators? They still want to be you, but they don't want to do all the things that you are required to do. And so, guess what they're doing? They're still in wickedness, they're still in iniquity, and guess what? They're still getting judged. I don't care what you want to call yourselves. The Most High done already had your number since you wanted to take us into captivity and change our names. Y'all were still gonna get messed up. How you like them apples now? Go ahead and call yourselves the people, but you don't even want to follow all the laws and the statutes and the ordinances. They literally broke the first covenant to what? To not steal. To not steal a man or a woman. Their people broke one of the very first covenants, and now they're getting taken into captivity. That's what this word says. You can steal their heritage, you can steal their legacy, but guess what? You're still a thief. You're still a liar. You're still a robber, and there's still a Most High who sits on his throne. And guess what? Now there's a visitation. Because he's what? Because he's getting his people out. Just don't get it twisted in terms of visitations and when Yahusha returns. There's a visitation by the Most High. The Most High had visited Egypt. Did that mean that Yahusha was there? Did he sit on the throne? Did he establish himself on the throne as he's going and leaving Egypt? No, it was just a visitation by the Most High. Because why? Because he had his angels there doing what? Guiding them with pillar of smoke and a pillar of fire. It was still a visitation by the Most High. Same thing. We're going to see a visitation by the Most High. And they're not going to like that visitation because why? Because Eurocentric, the Romanized Christianity says, oh, Christ is going to return. See, we don't have to worry about taking responsibility for anything because Christ is going to return, so we don't have to worry about it. That's their method of understanding. They don't want to be accountable. Ask them. Go to their seminaries. Ask them. Well, we don't want to be accountable. We have grace. That's all they can tell you. We have grace. Isaiah 24:6. Therefore hath the curse devoured the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men left. Because why? Because they did it to themselves. Why is the inhabitants of the earth burned? Because everybody was trying to steal from everyone, and then they started to do what? Then they started to fight everyone, and they started to shoot nuclear weapons, and they started to destroy themselves. Do you see where this story is heading? Do you see where prophecy is heading? Do you see where the Most High's word is heading? Isaiah 24:7. The new wine mourteth, the vine languisheth, the merry hearted do sigh, the mirth of tabrets ceaseth, the noise of them that rejoice endeth, the joy of the harp ceaseth. They shall not drink wine with a song, strong drink shall be bitter to them that drink it. The city of confusion is broken down, every house is shut up, that no man may come in. Oh my goodness, 15-minute cities. Shout out to Brother Yakoba. Shout out to Minister Teyu. 15-minute cities, family. Here you go. Isaiah 24:10. Let me read this. Let me do it again. I didn't mean to rhyme with that, but you know how it is. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up, that no man may come in. That sounds like a 15-minute city to me. Wow. There is a crying for wine in the streets. All joy is darkened. The mirth of the land is gone. In the city is left desolation, and the gate is smitten with destruction. When thus it shall be in the midst of the land among the people, there shall be as the shaking of an olive tree, and as a gleaning with the vintage is done. They shall lift up their voice, they shall sing for the majesty of Yahuwah, they shall cry aloud from the sea. Wherefore glorify ye Yahuwah in the fires, in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, or Yahuwah Lua, even in the name of Yahuwah Lua of Israel, in the isles of the sea. Because why? Because they wanted to still remain stiff hearted, stiff necked, even after they had been destroyed. But the Most High said, guess what? You'll still come to praise me. You'll still come to glorify me. You'll come to sing for the majesty of Yahuwah. Isaiah 24:16. From the uttermost part of the earth have we heard songs, even glory to the righteous. But I said, my leanness, woe unto me, the treacherous dealers that have dealt treacherously. Yea, the treacherous dealers have dealt very treacherously. Why is this leanness coming up? Man, these folks are about to not be eating. What happens when you ain't got no money? If you ain't got no money, you ain't got no food. If you ain't got no food, a whole bunch of people gonna be starving. So here we go. Right around the corner from the Hebrew New Year. Isn't it amazing how the Most High's timing never fails? And these folks are like, I need to be raptured from not having any any money in my bank account. Oh man, you can give me I can survive the Antichrist. I can survive the mark of the beast, but I can't survive with no money in my bank account. I can survive with these plagues, but you tell me now I ain't got no dollars in my bank account? Oh, take me now. They've dealt treacherously. Why did they deal treacherously? Because they learned to deal treacherously with us. See, everything they learned to do, they did to us first, and then they tried to do it to the whole world. And then these nations were like, nah, that ain't happening. You think you're going to do it to us? Nah, we going to do it to you. You better point that finger and you better turn it right back onto your own forehead. Oh, yeah, ASAP, Ben Judah. Yeah, brother ASAP. Of course. This contagion. You got to remember when the U.S. bailed itself out in 2020, it actually bailed out the rest of the world. So effectively speaking, if the banks, I must not say if, but when the banks go down, man, that war in Ukraine is effectively over. Then what happens? The military's got to come home because what happens? Because them dollars ain't gonna be there to support those soldiers unless they all overnight become mercenaries and start raiding parties on European villages. Oh man, now I'm gonna get paid. Uncle Sam didn't do my direct deposit for the 1st and 15th. Oh heck no. Man, what you find on over there? I mean, look at this. I found this tea set. All silver. Yep. Well, that's my pay. You know, they're gonna be up in there ransacking the place. Y'all wanna know why they burned this place with fire? Because if folks in the military ain't getting paid, oh, they're stealing some stuff before they get on that plane. Nah, you don't want look, I'm not even gonna be getting paid. I'm gonna be getting an IOU. Oh, heck to the no, 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 no. They're gonna be putting on Biggie Smalls. Give me the loot. They said all I got now is an AR-15 and a nine at my tent. I gotta give me some root. I still owe my rent. My 24/7 deployment wasn't what I thought. Now some lessons about to be taught. You feel me? Sergeant, that's right. My pocket's looking kinda tight. And I'm stressed. Yo, Sarge, let me get the vest. No need for that. Just grab the surface that you strap. The tech is to his back and the pocket's about to clap. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Man. And you tell me that won't happen. We'll figure everything out once you're back here. Oh man, you know those warning signs is once they're back here, nah, 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 nah. Nah, I'm getting some money. Nope. Seen this before. That's right, James Line. They're gonna be out there treated like boxing, stick and move. Sergeant, you ain't got to explain ish. They've been dealing treacherously. And now they're gonna say my leanness, man. My pockets ain't fat, they're slim. And I gotta go back home with some slim pockets. I was supposed to make some money here. I was supposed to, get this type of pay or that type of pay and this and that. And you're telling me I'm returning back home and I don't have no money in my bank account because I was overseas? Oh no, they're gonna be doing overseas. Give me the loot. And yes, they will do a remix comparable to what I just came up with. Oh man. Boy, oh boy. They'll be remixing Juvenile. You don't think I was gonna get my money, huh? You thought I was gonna be up in Ukraine without no thing, huh? They said the base is low, huh? But I'll be here. I'm getting my cash up now, huh? Because I'm a paper chaser. I got my pops on fire. Robbing these Ukraines until the moment they expire. You know what it is. These folks are just gonna be in there just robbing folks just left and right. Man, how much did you take? They're gonna have to go back. They're gonna be going back to the command like, all right, drop all the loot. Let's make an accounting. What'd you take? All right. I'll get my 10% off the top. All right, there you go. Make sure you pay the pilots. They got families too, you know. They gotta get us back. Oh, we're laughing, but let's see what this word says. Isaiah 24:17. Fear and the pit and the snare are upon thee, O inhabitant of the earth. And it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the windows from on high are open, and the foundations of the earth do shake. The earth is utterly broken down. The earth is clean dissolved. The earth is moved exceedingly. The earth shall reel to and fro like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage, and the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall and not rise again. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahuwah, in that day that Yahuwah shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. You see what I'm saying? The high ones, those are the principalities. Shout out to Brother Jacoba, bringing that up. Those are the principalities and the kings of the earth upon the earth, and they shall be gathered together as prisoners are gathered in the pit, and shall be shut up in the prison, and after many days they shall be visited. That sounds like Revelations to me. Then the moon shall be confounded, and the sun ashamed, when the Lord of hosts shall reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem before his ancients gloriously. Before his ancients gloriously. Hallelujah. So, family, oh, this is going to be quite a week. I'm not going to lie to you, family. This is going to be quite a week. And the reason I say that is because when you have something like this, these events going on, wow, I'm looking at this. It says Credit Suisse to fail next. You want to know how big Credit Suisse is? Credit Suisse is huge. That's a big bank. And that bank, that's basically a big European bank that is, if that goes, a lot of things go. That's all I got to say. And Brother George, Brother Asaph, you are absolutely correct. The dominoes are falling. But I don't even know if I want to do this to myself. Did I really want to do this to myself this morning? It's Tuesday. I got a cold front up here. It's 50 some degrees. And I've after being used to 85-degree weather, it was cold. I just took the dog outside. The dog is fine. Oh my goodness. Do I want to do this to myself? Father, do I want to do this to myself? What would Brother Garth say? Brother Karras, you brought it on yourself. I did, and we gonna discuss. All right. Come on, folks. Bring your ignorant behind selves on up here, Brother Rojo. I know you coming, but the Karras, what here in Tennessee, I see these white folks going all crazy, and I'm like, yeah. I hope that was a good Brother Rojo impression. That's what you get. I told them in your face. All right. I have my UK war correspondents on, reporting now from, London Bridge that's about to be falling down. Oh, could you have even
Hallelujah.
could you have even imagined this last week? It was like I took a day off. I think that's why the Most High told me to take Friday off. I had to take Friday off because why? Because everything was going crazy. Am I lying?
No, you're not. Credit
No,
Suisse
you're not
is
lying at all.
huge.
It's
Shalom,
one of the
Uncle.
biggest
How are
banks in
you?
the world.
I am well. I'm just seeing this system collapse like a stack of cards every single day. It's like
Hmm.
every hour the news doesn't stop giving, whether it's in Europe or whether it's in the United States, whether it's China, whether it's Africa. Boy, you keep after ask yourself, oh, what will happen next? As my parents would say.
Exactly. What's going on? This is like, is this Hebrew Christmas? If there were ever such a
It's
thing,
shocking. It's
Well,
shocking.
it's the
it
new
A
really
year.
few
is.
It's the
weeks
new
ago,
year.
Exactly.
a few weeks ago, I dreamt that I was leaving with a huge rucksack and in an outfit that I haven't got. And you know what? I ordered that outfit last week.
you try you trying to make your dreams come true. That's why you got a
Oh
goodie
yeah,
bag.
definitely.
It's self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like you're looking at it online. It's like, oh, that's what the Most High told me I need to wear. You're gonna have those so you can have your selfie stick as you're getting on out of here. This is
Yeah,
me.
with the
Uh,
Ray-Ban glasses.
exactly. I don't know. I have my Lacoste, reading glasses on, so I'll be having my laptop as I'm like trying to do the live stream. I'm running. I'm running. I, I got my seatbelt. I've got two fingers. Two fingers. Two fingers.
I,
Do
I'm
you know what that
thinking of. I'm thinking of putting a Teo Ministries logo on it as well, that you all can find me.
You know what though? I think that would be kind of interesting. Look, meet us at the Teo flags, the Teo Ministry flags. You know what I'm saying? That would be kind of interesting. It's like, when people are trying to say, well, where you gonna be at in the wilderness, or how you gonna do this? Hey, look, we're gonna get there. Folks are gonna get there. I think it's gonna be at least a couple of years in the wilderness to get to where we want to ultimately go. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
so
It'll be the Covenant Awakenings. It'll be our posse, really. We probably can make up our own tribe, isn't it?
yeah, that's true. That's true. The the House of TEOTW.
Yeah, the Teo tribe of Judah.
I like that.
Oh my goodness. But so when you had mentioned this yesterday. You said HSBC, right, was trying to come to the rescue of um
The UK
SVB.
version of SB. Yeah, they bought it out for $1.
Really?
Yeah, they bought it out for $1.
Oh my goodness. You know
I
what that
heard
really
I heard
means?
that as well. All I heard in my head when I saw that is I'll buy that for $1. I'm like, wow, it really is collapsing. Everything is just falling.
Why does that sound like a bad episode of The Price is Right?
Yeah. You see what's
We
happened.
have SVB here. SVB. All
Going
right,
once, going
what's your
twice.
bid? What's your bid? 1,500. 1,500. $1. $1. What? $1.
Yeah, sinking very. It should stand for sinking very fast bricks.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie. When I was at work yesterday, people were like, "What accounts do we have associated with that?" Everybody was going crazy yesterday.
I'm
It
sorry,
wasn't,
I shouldn't
you
laugh,
know.
but that's
No,
actually
I'm not.
quite funny to me.
And because you got to remember that reverberates around the whole financial structure. That's a
Mm,
bank. It's not a. It's a commercial bank for small business and business lending. Okay,
yes.
so I wanted to I need to put my professor hat on, you know, and go from there. So my professor hat is saying, look, when you have these type of lending apparatuses that's there, it goes to show you what it is that we have that supports the economy, right? These major economic supports, these major um, economic businesses and enterprises. And so now these things are being heavily affected, right? And because they're being heavily affected, now folks are having issues because this goes to show you, well, it wasn't all that it was cracked up to be, right? Yeah, we thought that we were strong. That's what they'll say. Our positions we weren't as what we thought it would be. We thought this, we thought that, and then it's like, no, you all knew what it was. Y'all were just trying to throw right what you could. You try to throw crap to the wall and and you're trying to see what was sticking. And then when nothing was sticking, then they got mad about it. But we knew
Yeah,
that nothing
Karis.
would stick. Yeah.
You forgot about Signature Bank failing as well.
Yes. Yep. Signature Bank. I think Fifth Third Bank had also failed. That's a pretty big bank. That's here in Florida. Fifth Third.
In
So
20
yeah.
in in 2019, I had a conversation with two people in my house. And I said to them, I said, there's going to be another collapse, financial collapse. I saw this coming. In fact, I told quite a few people during 2008, I said, this isn't even it. This is like a taster. As bad as it is, this ain't even it. And
Hmm.
when I had this conversation in 2019, one of the individuals, Taryn, said, oh, no, that's not going to happen. They know what they're doing. Oh, so you're telling me that this is going to collapse and that's going to collapse and they're going to allow this. They won't allow that to happen. They know what they're doing. And he just could not see it. I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, I wonder what you think now. He's in the banking industry as well. He's in that as well. So I really want to see what he has to say. I really want to see what he has to say.
Well, the part of the whole thing with money and monetary devices is that you really actually have to have your faith in the system. It's a faith thing. People have so much faith in money than they do the actual word. Because why? Well, I can touch it, I can feel it. But what you're trying to do is you're thinking that it's something that's is not really there.
Exactly.
It's
Uh,
not. Yeah, go ahead.
And you know that First Republic shares dropped by 60%. And despite the fact that Sleepy Joe said he's not putting any money in it, the Federal Reserve put money in it, and also JP Morgan Chase put 70 billion in First Republic as well. So the contagion is a lot larger than what they want to say it's happening. And
Hmm.
if you go by past history of what happened in the 1920s stroke 30s bank crash, and also the 2008 bank crash, and you overlay the graphs on one another, this seems to be worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a whole lot. But you have to remember, they're liars. Oh, you're not going to get a bailout. Man, I already knew that they were going to get a bailout. What did I tell you? They're getting bailed. They bailed on. They gave them money yesterday. Now they ain't got no money today. Watch, that's what's happening. And I'm literally seeing on this little thing, it's like Jerome Powell, what now? Inflation report arrives as Fed confronts bank failures. This is Wall Street Journal. This is Wall Street Journal. The Labor Department inflation reading Tuesday will inform the Federal Reserve on price pressure. So what are they going to do? They're going to raise interest rates again and again and again. Because why? This thing was designed to crash. Because if you here's the thing, they're not lending out any money. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Because they don't have money to lend out. That's why they were not going to lend out money. That's why they're trying to lend out money at these ungodly rates of like 7%, 8% for a mortgage. Nobody is going to buy a mortgage.
You know what? It's going to make the bonds cheaper than toilet tissue.
Exactly. Well, the bonds have already been cheapened because nobody wants to buy this debt. Because why? It's inverted, right? You're actually paying a debt to hold a bond. That's what it means to be inverted. What you think you're actually it's lost value. You literally paid for something that has lost value. That
Carrie,
it's a
sorry to
depreciated
interrupt, but can you explain what bond inversion and its correlation to the market is for those people who are not au fait with economics like yourself and myself?
Okay. Well, let me just kind of tell you this. All right. So bond inversion. Bond means, all right. Traditionally, a bond is there that it's a lower risk asset. I'm not a financial analyst or advisor or anything else like that. Okay. I just am a person that has my MBA, and I'm back in school for my doctorate. All right. So I don't hold any series or anything else there. Okay. But I will tell you how bonds work and how the bond markets work. All right. Generally speaking, the bond is an asset. It's a fiduciary asset or a financial asset that you can hold, and over the course of time, you should be able to make some money. But because it's a lower risk asset, it just means that things aren't being touched with it as you would have with common stock, because those assets are more of a frontline asset. Bonds are literally back end assets that are being done outside of the commercial arena. So what they're doing is they're buying secured debts amongst themselves with the banks, so they could have what? So they could have a more secured asset than their frontline commercial um, uh, uh, common stock or preferred stock. However, what bonds have been doing, because they've been cheapened, because it takes other people to buy bonds, and countries aren't buying bonds like that. So therefore, the what you would have in terms of the yield. So let's just say if I have $100, right? Then I expect next year that I'll have $102, because I should make $2 for that year. That's a given. That should be a given because it's low risk. But what they're finding out is they have bought something, and instead of having $100, the next year it's now only worth $98. Who wants to buy stuff that's being devalued? That's why they're having issues, because nobody wants to buy things that's being devalued. And I'm just putting in the most simplest forms. That's not a good return on investment, ROI. Does that kind of make sense? That
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 makes perfect sense.
I describe it right? Right? You want to buy where the money's at. You want to buy where you're making money, not when you're losing money. These folks are losing money. This is why they were only see when they're losing money, they're like, okay, well, then the Fed should stop with money being more expensive to borrow, because we don't really have anything in the bonds because we're losing money.
Correct. I mean, I got a PhD and I couldn't explain it better, Caris. It was well done. And secondly, the longer this thing runs, is the more people are going to feel it in their pocket. And we have the capacity to go through hard times because we've been on the cost for quite a long time. I remember that, when I was growing up, I had to be helping out my parents to pay bills and all that kind of stuff. When my dad couldn't meet his mortgage and stuff like that, I used to be able to help them out. But you see, the thing is, they're not used to working like that, and they're going to find things very, very difficult.
Hmm.
I'm not sorry for them. I'm just looking forward to throwing that rucksack over my back and getting I'd say the hell out of here, because I've had enough of them and the way that they run their system. Their advantage is finished now, and they should realize that.
Let me.
They don't,
So
and they won't.
wait, Pride of Judah, you didn't want to buy any Ferraris on your PPP loan?
Oh, that
These
thing is
folks was
dodgy. PPPs are dodgy. they,
Man, these folks,
uh,
these folks went and they lost their minds. Oh, $5 million, man! When I had my little Covenant Awakenings LLC active, these folks were like, "You can get, $3 million on your PPP loan." I'm like, man, I only bring in like 30 cents a week. I said, I said, if I take this loan, I have to flee because I know I'm going to be a criminal afterward. Because that sucker will never be getting paid back. Please. Can I get loan forgiveness on that PPP loan? What color skin are you? I'm melanated, but my melanation's real light. I can be real light bright. Just shine me under a bulb for a little bit, brother Dave. What's going on?
Good morning, folks. I tell you, Pookie and Ray Ray was writing them things like crazy. They was selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, they were. They said these folks are like, I got me a rap collaboration. How did they? They became every person in the hood became executive producers, had some sort of a label, for $150 overnight. They went to LegalZoom.com and got themselves LLC and was like, you see me? I was making money before this thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that was a shame.
Man, it was funny as hell too, because I didn't really understand it till I was on YouTube and some chick broke it down how what they were doing and how they were doing it, and I was like, oh man, they in trouble. Man, they in trouble. And they didn't check it at first. They didn't catch it at first. A lot of the I think the feds who was giving out the money,
Yeah.
they ain't catch it at first. And then they said, well, we since y'all this we seem to believe that there's people out there that's robbing the system, so they started tracking everybody. And I'm like, uh-oh, here we go.
Like it's like, oh, you think that they're robbing the system when they're all in they're all in their TikToks with their mansions that they done bought, with their new with their
Their newfound
with the new
wealth.
with their Ferraris and their Lamborghinis. Look at this, and then they're doing the little stacks on their arms. Like, come on now. And you think that
That's
they weren't going to go to jail after that? Nah, fool, you going to jail.
a lot of a lot of stuff what might have slipped past the Democrats, it wasn't slipping past the Republicans.
No, 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 exactly, exactly. But but I knew that was a fraud to begin with, because here's the thing: it didn't matter what the bailout was. Even right now, it doesn't matter what you're bailing in or bailing out. The whole system's collapsing. You can't look. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul.
Right.
Because why? Because now the whole world has their eyes on you, and it's like, oh, you're not going to do any type of debt manipulation or money manipulation. No, we're getting ready to evaluate. See, there's a valuation of the dollar that they don't want to tell you what the valuation is. And now that's what the world is saying. Hey, US, you better start to evaluate your dollar, because we're not playing that game anymore.
Mm-hmm. Your jig is up.
And yeah, oh, the jig was up big time, because that valuation. See, once you have to tell people how much the dollar is truly worth and is not what you're thinking it's worth, then a whole lot of people start to go poor. You get what I'm telling you? A whole lot of
Right.
people start to go poor. Well, then what happens when Saudi Arabia joins BRICS and now it can't be tied to oil?
Right.
What
It's a
happens
wrap.
when, yeah, and it's been a wrap, because why? Because the world is going to what? To gold.
Right. It's coming off the petrodollar, going to gold back currency,
Gold
or
back.
or
Look,
actually it's probably resources back currency, like what you call them tried to do before Hillary killed him.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
you know what
Gaddafi.
I'm talking about? Gaddafi, right?
Yep. Let me just tell you all this. Let's run this experiment right now, so you all understand what this thing will start looking like. I got two Chantels in the building. Shalom, Chantel number two.
I'm cloning myself. Give me a second.
That must be Cylon number two. No, Oh man. But let me tell you all this. Take what you have in your bank account and divide it by 2,000. No, I'm being for real. Take what you have in your bank account, divided by 2,000. That's how much it's really worth.
I was laughing. How many people got $2,000 in their bank account?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's now pennies. Oh, trust me, it's gonna be pennies. Man, that only leaves me with 30 cents. Well, I guess you only worth 30 cents.
We lucky if I see a cool nickel.
Yeah. So what is 0.005 cents? Tell me what is that? What is that?
Nothing
A half
from
pence, right? If a
nothing.
half pence, we're gonna be
Right.
bringing back half pences. It's a negative divided by 2,000 nothing. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, exactly.
The
It
UK
equals
is
out.
in a similar position as well because with the problems the US has at the moment with its currency, the pound has not appreciated significantly or or made any incremental gain against the dollar as you would expect with an economy that's in problem. So the situation is a worldwide thing, and it's the same for the euro as well. No incremental gains whatsoever.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, there's no incremental gains because remember, they lost access to Africa. Let's just get that right. They lost the access to Africa, and Africa is no longer playing their game. This is really what's happened. This is y'all want to know why y'all haven't while this economic fallout is occurring is because of this. See, we would have healed Babylon. She refused to be healed. Now these nations are all suffering. Every single one of them. You cannot make this up. So while people are trying to go through and take out just a little bit of money, they're not even going to have that much cash on hand. Man, let me take out at least $200-300. Let me try and figure this on out. Let me take out at least $600-700. It's sad, family. That shows you the real value of this currency. And if it crashes, and people are like, "Yeah, I got this, I got that," well, yeah, your $100 is literally a nickel. How crazy is that? Yo, I got my Benjamin. Your Benjamin's gonna be a nickel. Well, I get 5 nickels. I can get me a a, a gumball. $500 for a gumball. Did you really spend $500 for a piece of gum? I broke it in half so you can have half the gumball.
And it's bubblicious.
Man, these folks it's sick. It is sick.
Hey, look, we know the dollar's going to tank. Okay, that's not the question. The question is how much, because they're suppressing the price of gold and silver, how much will gold and silver skyrocket?
Yeah, outside of this world. Remember the other day we were trying to calculate that where it's like, look, the worth would be, it was like 556 billion is what my calculation. So everybody would be a billionaire. Everybody be a billionaire. But when everybody's a billionaire, it's all relative, right? That just means get your behind to work,
Right,
get something done, do something. Get creative for the Most High. Get moving for the Most High. We're gonna have to have some campaigns, right?
right,
Keep it moving campaign. Don't just sit there and be lazy. Because if you're lazy, you're going back into captivity. Oh no, 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 not me. Let's go down here and build these roads. Everybody's going to be a or a general contractor. You know what I'm saying? Man, I bought me like five, excavators. I got me a bobcat.
Right.
What are you gonna do with them? Well, I got me a crew coming from somewhere in Sweden. They're the only ones that wanted to answer my phone call. I told them the conditions. They said, "Yeah, that's good. We build IKEA. That is good." Oh,
Well, I believe that the other central banks are working together with the Federal Exchange there in America to keep the US dollar stable. That's why these other currencies are not appreciating against a dollar. And they have the same economic contagion that the US dollar and the US economy has at the moment, but they're just masking it. And when it all falls apart, it's going to be a real pity party for all of these countries.
well, do you all remember when the Vatican Bank had given that declaration? That all of its assets needed to be in by like the beginning of October, like October 1st.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I remember that.
What that really is that's all the federal banks. That's all of the reserve banks. That's all of the international banks. They're bringing their money back. They're consolidating their money into the what? Into the Vatican, like we had said. Now we're starting to see that fall out 6, 7 months later. Because why? Because the liquidity and the stress of the liquidity is now hitting people hard. I.e., there ain't no more money left. There was no money. So now, what are people going to do? And you know what people are going to do here in America. Because why? They tell you who they love. They tell you they're God. They tell you they're Elohim. What is their God there, Brother Dave, to clarify?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
What is their God when everything gets stressed around them? What is their go to God when they
What's the
have to make moves, when they get,
money? Money's their god.
well, when the money's gone, what else is their God? It starts with the G, ends with an N.
Gee.
The
Oh,
gun.
oh, guns,
I was really trying to rack my
guns,
brain, like,
The
GS.
gun. The
yep,
Do you see?
gun.
guns.
Do you
Right.
see how pure we are? We couldn't even think. Like I was like,
Y'all
guns,
can't even think like that. See, that's why y'all in trouble. I'm not gonna get my gun, man. You the first one that they robbing. You know,
no, the Most High's got us. We don't need none of that because, as it clearly says, whoever you live by the sword, you're gonna die by the sword. So it's like
I I
it's all right.
know, but that's what they go after, and that's what they truly believe in.
Yep.
Well, let them believe in it. It's working so well for them, isn't it?
Well,
They're the ones that are
yeah,
dying. They believed in science and they took something, and now look at them.
they took that everlasting Hydra,
Yes,
Hail
they did.
Hydra, Hail
Yep.
Hydra. They took the
Yep.
everlasting Hydra.
Yep.
These folks ain't never gonna die. They gonna be
Shalom,
wishing.
Michael
They gonna be
Raya.
trying to find the
Shalom,
the
sister. How you
shy
doing?
from the shy,
I'm good.
brother
I'm
Michael.
good.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
forgot to greet you the last time. My mouth would just go, so you have to forgive me. I've got a motor mouth. So when I'm in the zone, I'm in the zone. So my apologies for not greeting you the last time I was on.
No, it's not a problem, sister.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, Dave? Karis, how your brothers doing?
You got it,
Hey,
brother.
Hey, I was listening to what your brother was talking about, and I seen this on the horizon, and I was talking to myself. I said, man, I need to buy a house in the country. I said, this stuff is gonna go wild.
Right.
So what I did, I mean, I went and paid cash for a house. It's not nothing fancy. I wasn't trying to buy nothing fancy or nothing of that nature, but I was pretty much looking at the how much land it comes with. So I
Right.
found one pretty good, and then I bought it. And then here they go talking about, what was it, last year? They were talking about it's going to be, you're going to have problem with your electricity and things of that. They just went down a grocery line, a list rather, and they let you know, hey, this is what you're going to have. It's going to be food shortage. And I'm talking, I do work in Iowa sometime.
Right.
So I talked to the farmers there. These farmers were saying, and they said this is not nothing new to them. The government would ask them to destroy half of their crops.
Right.
That's the thing that kind of blew me out. Like, why would you destroy half of your crop? He said, I don't know really, but they pay us anyway.
Right.
That's some demonic stuff, bro.
Yeah, it's all orchestrated.
Right. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, you're saying, destroy half of the crops or the animals. Then they come up with this line, hey, they had the pig flu or whatever, and they just showing these, killing these animals or whatever.
Right.
I know when the scripture said there's going to be food shortages in one place after another, but I never imagined Yah is not the one who's causing the food shortage. It's
Right.
man.
Right. It's an orchestrated food shortage.
And that's the thing, man. It just starts to dawn on me. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all is not causing this. Seem like, man. And I was just like outdone. And so I was talking with my mother, and she said, yeah, the way the world going, it's like we will end up growing our own food. She said it just go boil down to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. That is exactly what I'm saying. And we, especially for inner city people, and for the ones, how can I put it? The ones that's going from day to day as if ain't nothing changed, it's going to be a shell shocker for them. And you're right. When that dollar's no good, their gun is on their hip. That's going to be that's going to be a fallback god.
Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo. Brother Rohan, shalom.
Oh, shalom, Uncle Terrence.
Shalom, Rohan. How are you?
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Grinding. Just trying to. Yeah, I'm still
sound like,
studying
Garth?
for this law exam, but yeah.
Y'all sure that ain't Garth?
But yeah, it's I'm surrounded by idols, so I can't really keep Sabbath, but just trying to stay connected to the Word and to the source of life as much as I can. So
Now, Brother Rohan, from your perspective, all right, now think about this. What have you, if things had to change for you, what have you thought about, all right, so let's just say this. If you're in school, right, and you want to finish up your education, have you even looked into other places on the continent as where that may be an option?
I have. I mean, I've looked at South Africa.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The licensure is a lot easier to get compared to other.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is that when still the country is still like a number one in terms of unemployment. So I'm still kind of hesitant just in the continent right now, because I do see some news like Pfizer is setting up shop.
Mm-hmm.
You have and in my own nation too, like I just saw news today that an Indian pharmaceutical was blamed I wouldn't say blamed. They lawfully did it,
Hmm.
or not lawfully did it. Excuse my language. I apologize, but they were involved with killing 70 children in
Mm.
Gambia, and that pissed me off. Um, there was an Indian pharmaceutical company called Maiden Pharmaceuticals, and their cough syrup had diethylene glycol, which is used in antifreeze
Mm.
in the for the brake of your car. And I was reading that last night, and that yeah, that really pissed me off. And then
Uh, are you still
and then
okay?
of course the Ready Pharmaceuticals, but but yeah, that's what's going on. Is what I'm trying to say, is that there's still like, even with India and the textile industry, the pharmaceutical industry is still like keeping the countries in Africa in a dependent state,
Hmm.
like a snake. Honestly, I think my decision right now is just waiting on the Most High for deliverance. That's right now, at this point.
Yeah, I think what I was let me try to rephrase this. Okay. So if you had to suffer the interruption, right, to where you
Mhm.
where you were to cling on to Israelites to come to the continent, right? Where would you be able to finish up your studies or your professional work? Do you get what I'm saying? Because you have to understand, and I mean, I don't like to try to explain this thing to people. When we get there, it's a different economy. You see what I'm saying? When we get there, it's a different effect. Because why? Because there's a different resource that's coming. And I don't think a lot of people truly understand that we are a very resource rich people via the fact that we can do things and work on
Yeah.
things and provide some sort of a understanding on any type of a problem sets that arise in front of us. That's what I was trying to say. So you know I want to tell people, it's like, look, it ain't the end of the world when this place goes down. It just means that you just have to now physically
Mhm.
relocate, and you're going to have to deal with some things that we haven't dealt with in a while, but we're a very enterprising people, and it doesn't take much for us to say, well, you want to know what? I see a need or a deficiency here, or I see the need or a deficiency there. Look, we have a lot of lawyers, and we need more lawyers. Because why? Because we're going to need to
Mhm.
to do things legally and lawfully, and be able to understand how we resolve disputes, which is going to come up. But we need to do it in a what? In a biblical manner, right? So why? So what does that mean? Well, we need to do it, not just criminal law, tort law, but what? Biblical law, Torah law, right?
Common
Because
law.
why?
Yes, sir.
That that's really what it's all about, you know so as we present contracts, as we say, hey, we want, this is for my service, this is for the goods that I need, this is for how I'm going to get things done. you know we're because we're going to have to be able to talk to ourselves again. We're going to have to be able to have an expressive statement again of how we are able to trust each other and move in the way that we want to move, so we can have things that benefit, right, the whole, the foundation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, we're definitely gonna need plumbers. State y'all
Um,
claim. I know we're definitely gonna need plumbers, but plumbers definitely need to set up businesses. Do you see what I'm saying? Plumbers are going to have to get with banks. Banks are going to have to understand how monetary supply is going to flow. There's a lot of things that are there that you have to understand. Look, a lot of things in these African countries, they're there and they're set up by the West. What happens when the West isn't there anymore? Well, now they're able to move a little bit better. They're able to operate a little bit better, right? But you're still going to have a little bit of a brain drain. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because why? Because there's still a very segregated class, a very segregated state, and that's just the nature of how this of how these nations have been, you know? And not to say, oh
Yeah.
yeah, we'll definitely need HVAC. Oh no, 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 man. Look, well, I'm definitely need HVAC. I gotta make sure that that AC is on there in Africa.
Um, yeah, definitely. Def Definitely, I would say the herbs, but not extracting the active ingredients from the herbs, because that's the sins of my ancestors. Not this Ayurvedic medicine, but the actual whole herbs that the Most High, when He gave the book to Noah of the herbs and the understanding of the herbs,
Hmm.
that's what's needed in the continent. This true healing, not this sorcery that keeps Africa in this dependent loop cycle.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hallelujah. Brother Betzal, shalom.
Shalom, family. Shalom. Thank you for taking me in. I'm enjoying this conversation. We live alone in this world. I'm talking about when you understand the truth and you know who we are. It's few in number, and then a lot of us are not even seeing what we see. So
Hmm.
we live alone. It's like a lonely life. But when I hear y'all in the morning, it's like a brightness to me. I enjoy it because I see that you all see what I see. And sometimes when you talk to people, they think, they want you to shut up or they think you're crazy. So a lot of times I'm just alone and quiet. So I'm thankful.
Absolutely.
I'm thankful to hear y'all. Hey, this a question too. This may have happened to you all on the panel. I noticed that Abba Yah always a lot of times he showed me what he was going to do for me, and then it happened. Like as a child, I saw I saw a community that I told my mother I wanted to live in as a child. When I went to it one time, somebody showed it to me, as a child. And I went home and I said, "Ma, I know where I want us to live." And look, once I became an adult, out of nowhere, I ended up in that community. Not that I was looking to move to that community, um, somebody came to me and said they're selling some houses in a neighborhood. Well, it was I was with a realtor, and they said they got new construction coming up in an old neighborhood. Would you like to take a look at it? And it would end up being that community. I end up buying it. Nevertheless, that happened a lot. I saw my wife as a child, and she was on someone's porch across the street from my grandmother's house, and I thought she was pretty. And I was a child, probably maybe around 11 years old. And then I didn't see her again, and I ended up marrying the same woman. And so I'm saying that even now, Yahweh, and some of you may have experienced that He'll show you things and then He'll give them to you later on. And so I'm thinking like this now, with us, that about us going home and going back into the land and all the things that He's showing us. And like, you can go on YouTube now and you can see the beauty of the land. You can see just how fertile it is. I was looking at Kenya yesterday and I was watching, I think his name is Amwa, something like that. He goes around to all these countries and stuff. So anyway, I was following this guy and I looked at that land in Kenya and it was so beautiful. And the grass and all was, I mean, you could just see how fertile it is. And I'm like, all we need is the basic things when you got land like that. All you need is just what they call a borehole, which they have a lot of them, the well. You get a well, you don't even need electricity. I mean, all these things we really don't need. And it's beautiful because so beautiful about it is they suppressed the motherland. To talk about the European nation, they suppressed the motherland. But Father Abba let that happen because to be behind at this point is better, because they're used to not having like they're used to not having cement everywhere. They're used to being able to build their own houses out of mud. So they're not dependent on anything. And they don't realize that that's richness right there. When you're not dependent on electricity and on top of it, because they don't have roads and stuff like that in a lot of places, because they don't have to pay taxes. Once you own the land, you own it. And see, that's the beauty of everything, is like, because we're not going to actually need their money. We're not going to need all those things because you don't have to pay taxes. So once you get the land, and it's a rainy season, that's another thing. It's like Abba Yahweh sends the rain. That's all we need. And the rainy season comes every year to feed those animals. So I would just stop right there for now. But I think it's just a beautiful thing that's what's happening.
I agree with the brother about that. Um, we here in developed countries, we're spoiled rotten. We got to have electricity, water, gas. At least that's what we think. And when you talk to certain individuals and you speak about Africa, they who want to go to Africa? Ain't nothing there. I mean, this is what people say here, and and you're right. It doesn't take a lot to live. It does not. It does not take a lot to live, and I think it's a good thing that Africa is not truly infrastructure where it has um, sewer lines. Do you know the sewer lines just in Chicago could turn around and be a big bomb? When I was working for AT&T, we had to go into the manholes. But before you go into the manholes, we had to purge it out. We had to, like suck out the bad gases, and we had to we had to blow oxygen down there in order for us to go down there and do work, because it was the dangerous gases. Yeah, we had a couple of technicians that died like that, and but it just shows that if you put a bomb down there, it's going to be a chain reaction. That's the damage. That's the damaging effects of a sewer line.
Yep.
And I was like, wow. I mean, it kind of blew me away. But this is what an infrastructure of a so-called new world. This is what it looked like. And then you got to ask yourself, scripturally speaking, Yah told us to, bury waste and all that, dig a hole and bury it. What do man do? Send it right into the ocean.
Oh.
Send it right into the ocean. And I went into water treatment. I never smelled so much bleach in my life. Yeah. And I'm like, the guy was like, yeah, this is the water that, it pumps out to your houses. I'm like, man, are you joking me? But this is the cost of living it in a world where we say we have an infrastructure. There's a cost to everything, man. There's a cost to it.
Well, okay. So when people try to say like sustainable or biodiversity and things of that nature, I agree with the concept from the biblical standpoint, because from the biblical standpoint, we had all that. We had fresh water. We had the fresh springs. We had the irrigation. We understood that because we used those types of irrigations to plant. When you understand what they've tried to do, it has always been with a negative impact or a negative effect, where it's a contaminant, right? In different places, a contaminant to do what? To lessen life. Remember,
Yes.
the whole thing for them is they want to kill us off and they want to get us in the grave early. But with the Most High, He always wants to prolong life. So He gives us what? Ordinances and laws that do what? That prolong life. I mean, we just read that yesterday, Psalms 25, right? And if you read Proverbs 19, listen, when you follow the laws of the Most High, He does what? He sustains your life. That's Proverbs 19. So now, when you understand when we do these things, biblically speaking, look, you do dig that hole. And when you do dig that hole, it becomes earthen. Or they would
Mm,
have
yeah.
what? A cistern. Then that cistern
Hmm.
does what? It decomposes. That's a natural decomposition. Things naturally break down
Hmm.
when you allow it to break down. And when it gets broken down, it will recycle. But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to just recontaminate, or well, let's do this, or let's do that. So there's issues in terms of how this system is even run when they don't want to keep it up with biblical understanding. And I know exactly what you're saying. And yes, it doesn't release the methane. Those methane still stay, and that toxicity still occurs, and then you still have issues.
Yeah.
Their goal, I think the goal is that everything that they do, they want to make money perpetually. Like they cannot just make something and it's like cures with medicine. So that's the same thing with all the infrastructure. They got to continually make money off it, and that's why it's put together in a way that's destructive to the earth. And
They have to
Yep.
capitalize on it.
yeah, and I think this is something that I thought of. I think that what's going to happen is as Mashiach comes back, we're going back to the old like riding horses and things like it because cars and things like that man has made it destroys the earth, and you know what he says about those who destroy the earth. So I think we're gonna and as a matter of fact, if our bodies are gonna be like his, we're gonna be able to run the earth, meaning that our bodies are gonna be where we shouldn't be getting tired. So we're gonna be able to move about in a way that we can't move about now. I mean, come on now. Any of us, we see the best of the track runners. They get on the track and they do the 50-yard dash. And I love to watch it. It's beautiful. But at the end, you see how they're huffing and puffing. I believe that once our bodies, get to the state that it should be, we'll be able to run without getting tired. And as we go
Well,
back to horses
I'm
and things
gonna
like
I'm
that.
gonna I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of our people want to be like, oh, we're gonna go back into the Stone Age, and the Stone Age is gonna be
Yeah,
wonderful. Here's the
yeah,
problem: we were never in the Stone Age when they took us out of there.
Right.
yeah,
Do you get what I'm telling you? We actually had
right,
technology. It was just that they like to perverse technology. There's nothing wrong with technology. Just don't
yeah.
perverse it
Hmm.
for the perversions of man. You want to know
The
why?
ancient.
Because let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I'll get to you, Sister Chantel. We have inventors. Remember the brother that got poisoned three
Yep.
times?
Yep.
And what is
Mm,
he doing? He did what? Running electricity without what? Any type of byproducts. Clean electricity. Remember
For the
the one dude that got massacred that was in Buffalo? Guess what he did? He had the patent for what? For water engines. Well, guess what that byproduct is? Oxygen.
yeah,
Yeah.
see,
Exactly.
right.
You get what I'm saying? So it's a clean technology. So we can't say, oh, we're just gonna. You can live like that if you want to. I mean, look, that's your prerogative. You
right.
know what I'm saying? I believe that when we get there, it'll be a whole lot better than what we would see with the Wakanda, what they try to conceptualize, because our
Mhm.
technology will be clean and it will be righteous. You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's
That's
the whole
fine.
thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Priscilla Sharp.
Yeah,
Sorry, Priscilla Sharp said exactly what I was about to say. We had technology beyond them. See, the thing is, what people need to remember and what they often forget, the technology they get, where are they getting it from? They're getting it from the fallen. Well, where did the fallen get it from? We need to stop thinking that, oh, this was, you're only going by what the Western world has put out there. Remember, there is an agenda to make sure that nobody alive understands that the ancient world had technology. It did. It really
hmm,
did.
Hmm.
What we have, they didn't have clunky conduits and a mass spider web of wires all over the place. They just didn't. It was unique and it was beautiful and it was in their architecture. I mean, even like I know Rowan can even testify to this. Like the Indians, for crying out loud, what kind of technology they had? It makes what we have today look so stupid and clunky. So we can't, even down to when you think about when I remember Jacoba reading the letter from, I can't remember, it was an ambassador from, this was back in the day, talking about how Israel, how the temple was run. When you actually think about it, when you go back and you listen to that letter or you download that letter, it's like you begin to understand that in order for the temple to run, the temple would have had some version of some kind of technology. It just would have. I mean, we assume that, no, it was just horse and carriage, and yet we see these monuments. We see these monuments. These people, I don't know if anybody watched, and I kind of suspected this long before I watched this. Watching this show, just kind of solidified what I already believed. But it was on TCA's channel when he was up and running, bless him. It was the classical history of Earth, and it was the first one was What on Earth Happened. And the first one was like 8 hours long, but it was amazing. And the second one, I think, was 6 hours long and everything. And he was breaking down all you see today, like in terms of these old Gothic style
Buildings and
buildings.
structures.
Right. And I suspected these people are literally controlling everything. You can't make money and you cannot have power if everything is free. Do you understand? If power and energy is free, you cannot control it, and therefore you cannot control the people. In order for you to have power, you need to generate, you need to make it, you need to put a monetary value on it. And in order for you to do that, you have to make sure it's not free. Do you understand? I love technology. I really do. But where I see where this is going, I don't want no part of this. But what I want to be able to experiment and create new technologies that is Yah blessed. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's a blessing to us.
Right.
Let them do what they're doing. What they're receiving is knowledge from the fallen angels, which they, like I said, they got that from the Most High. The Most High didn't give them everything. And the Most High would love to give us, but we had to be in a righteous state. It's like trying to give the keys to your car to your child. You're not going to do that until your child understands how to be respectful and how to understand certain, the laws of the land and everything. They need to understand how to run things. And that's the same way that the Most High saw us. We were sinful. He had to make sure that we were righteous in order for him to hand the keys over. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Doesn't scripture say that, when we go back, these days will be greater than the latter. They'll be greater than the latter, which
Exactly.
means, look, we're going to be there, and we're going to have the technology. Because why? We're going to have the understanding. And let's kind of understand. Technology is literally just understanding, and that understanding and that knowledge and that wisdom. We just say it's technology just for the jargon sakes of what we're living in. But that understanding and that knowledge, when knowledge has increased much, look, we're looking at it. That's Daniel chapter 12, right? We're in a time where knowledge has increased much. Now, just think about when we're back in the land and knowledge will be increased exponentially. You got to remember, when knowledge is increased amongst us, if they can't profit from our knowledge, then guess what they do? They kill us off, and they'll just say, "Oh, we'll just remain stupid. It don't matter to us. We'll remain in this slowed state. It doesn't matter to us, because why? Because it's not for their understanding. For them, it's, look, if I can't make a profit, then it's not then I'm not trying to provide it to anybody." Now think about this. George Washington Carver. He had so many patents that he could have made money from, but he was trying to do what? He was trying to uh, do or have a better state for the world. That's literally what came out of his mouth. but they wanted a profit. Oh man, you need to do this, you need to do that. We got to make money. We got to do this because it's all about a system of control. We never
Right.
really had to worry about that system of control because why? Because we understood we were just a big family. Judah was a big family. We just went first when the when the troops came out. We literally went first because why? Because we were the family that could fight. If you didn't know that, we
Yep.
actually can fight. The problem is they just have us in such a docile state that they don't want us to fight. They just want us to be docile. They want us to be effeminate. They want us to be destroyed.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think happens when we come back? And then, we're doing the same martial arts that we have been doing. We're doing the same type of workouts that we had been doing. We're running the same type of runs that we've been doing. 10, 15, 20 miles is not going to be a thing. Man, you can't do 20 miles. What's the matter with you? Man, I just got back from Babylon. got some weight on me. you know so there's a lot of things that we've been limited to because they wanted to limit us, and I think that's the biggest deception tools that we have to address is, look, we see what's getting ready to happen to them, and do you think that this is going to happen? I'm kind of excited, and the reason I say this, that I'm excited, is because why? Because there's always a distinction made between the Most High's people and the enemy before things move. Do you get what I'm telling you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, think about that. How crazy would this be? Is, man, did anybody, if we if we wake up like tomorrow or something and say, did anybody realize that I got 6 figures in my bank account? Did anybody see that? Did anybody know about this? Who
Yep.
who do I need to call? Did somebody steal money? Who reverse hacked into my bank account?
I mean, like,
I'm gonna
bye,
get in trouble.
Babylon. Bye,
People
Babylon.
people would get so scared. People would get
Mm-hmm.
so scared about that, and then there's something say, "Oh, no, 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 that's just an economic tool, for African Americans because of this, because of that." We don't know what mechanisms, we don't know what tools are on out there. Do y'all get what I'm telling you?
Right.
Y'all think that this African Union thing isn't? Look, the Most High does things in an order to do what? To help to help what? His purpose, for his glory. We don't know what that is for. You get what I'm telling you? They could say, "Hey, I need this, I need that," because why? Because, man, this place done already got sold out a while ago. Who
Right.
knows what could be done? Hey, for every black person that we identified that was black, that said that they're black, we put this amount of money in their bank account to do what? To help them while they're there.
Shit.
Mm.
That would be crazy. But you want to know what that would do? That would put a distinction between us and the nations. Well, how did that happen? Well, under this, under that. You don't know what type of mechanisms are on out there. Because you want to know why? Because half of the laws that's on out there, half of these dealings that they've had with all these other nations, man, they're so hush hush.
Right.
They're so hush hush. Look, why would they let people know if they're planning to get us on out of here? You can't plan. Look, I'm gonna tell you about people being kidnapped and people loving their oppressors.
Mm.
If you're trying to rescue somebody from being kidnapped, guess what happens? You can't tell the person that's kidnapped that they're being rescued. Because
Right.
what will they do? They'll turn around and they'll tell their their oppressor, "Hey, I'm about to be rescued."
Stockholm syndrome. Some won't even want to leave.
Yep.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the case that we are seeing right now. Who know? Y'all never know what it is that's on out there. Look, we had to take a loan. I don't care what the mechanisms are. They may have to have taken a loan from China. They may have to have taken a loan from Russia. You get what I'm saying? Hey, look, but when we get back here, we're gonna redo everything. We're gonna renegotiate everything. Cause why? Because the battle axe is here.
Right.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying, man? You better understand what Zephaniah was saying. You better understand what Zechariah was saying. It's like you understand what that bow is. You understand that Zechariah chapter 9?
The lions are in the house. That's
Yeah.
what they're
Hey,
saying.
yeah, that's what. Hey, we were negotiating this contract. Well, what about that $50 trillion that I gave you for the people? Yeah, that was a start. Now you're gonna owe another 450 trillion. You know, you know what I'm saying? Why? Because the muscle's back.
You know, I would love to be
Yeah.
a fly on the wall in that conference, that African conference when they kicked Israel out. I
Oh
would
man.
love to have been a fly on the wall. What
Oh,
But
were
you
they
know,
you and
hey,
talking
me
but
both.
about?
but do you
You and
under,
me both.
but do you understand? Do you understand when I'm saying that? Do you understand why they're trying to infiltrate?
Oh
Because
yeah.
Yeah, they want to
you
know.
realize they're trying to figure out what are they trying to do? How are they trying to bring the people back?
Right. Right.
How are they trying to
That,
bring Judah back?
Right.
and that's
Let's
exactly
dig
why I
into this a
said
little bit more. Let's dig into this a little bit more. They're trying to figure this on out because why? Because once we come back to our fullness, then guess what? Then they're in trouble.
Yep.
exactly. That's why I said.
That's all
Yep.
that
That's why I
was.
said Tunisia. Why? Remember, he said there's a conspiracy to turn all of Africa black.
Right. Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like they know. They
Right.
know they know they're living on borrowed time, and they know that they're living on land that don't belong to them. That's why I'm like, boy, something happened because not long that meeting went on, that conference went on, and then what? A week later, he's saying what he said.
Right.
Hmm, something fishy.
Yep.
I look. I had told you that. I already said this. I said this plenty of times in this channel. If you're new to this channel, if you're new to watching Covenant Awakenings, I'd already said this. I said, look, the mechanism is already there in the African Union. We just don't know what that mechanism is. Because why? Because it's an extra governmental body. And that extra governmental body, what it does, you can go to the UN with it. You can say, hey, I need to have these folks identified. Because why? Because do you understand they'll do the same thing with their citizens? Imagine if Turkey up and said, "Hey, I need to give all of my citizens, all the folks that are of Turkish origin, Turkish descent, I need to help them. I need to bring them back for whatever circumstance, whatever reason." They have a mechanism. Do you not think that that mechanism is being done right now as we speak?
Mm-hmm.
That
Hmm.
plan is being done. Hey, don't worry. The money crashed, I need all black folks to register with this. I need all black folks to register on the sixth diaspora. Man, as soon as black folks register at that sixth diaspora and they find out that they get like a digital Visa card with some
Wow.
money loaded on it, you know, every black person that and they mama.
Right.
Oh, did you register yet? Man, I got my $50,000.
Right.
You know,
And that's
you
just for
know,
starters.
that's just, you know what I'm saying.
You're going to get Europeans saying that my great 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 grandfather was black. I'm 2% black.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! 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 No!
Hmm.
No! 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 Oh, let me tell you this one. Let me tell you this one. So, if you've ever been on that sixth, so when I sent that link on out, right? Well, you know what they do? They look at you. Oh, they look at you.
Mm-hmm.
They ask for a photo ID. They want to see. They want to see. Let's see it, because you want to know what we do as black folks. You want to know what we do as black folks. We can see. We can see. You know, mixed folks. We can see mixed folks. We can tell two, three generations away. Oh, that person's black. We could tell, man. I could tell quadroons. Oh, that person's black. And
Yeah.
then you
No.
say, oh yeah, yeah, that he's mixed. You see, the dad is mixed. Oh yeah.
Why do you think they keep trying to produce these melanin tablets, and they're so hell bent on using our hair products, which is killing out their hair. doing our hairstyles, trying to get those, excuse me, them baggy that um kind of tightens up everything around there so that their bum is lifted, and it's this new thing, it's got graphene in it basically. I'm like, you carry on doing that and see if that thing don't nyam you out and everything. Sorry, that means eat your skin.
Eat it out, yeah.
See if that thing don't mess you up. Like you're putting it so like Yakoba was bringing out with the women's hygiene products and stuff like that. What are you doing? And you're putting it in there. See, you got no choice to do that. But when you got a choice for trying to, because what they're doing now, it's all vanity. Those people who didn't take it because it's like, I'm not trying to get that thing, I don't know where it's going. But they also know, in order to get these people, I can appeal to their vanity. So they start coming up with these pants that it has this lattice graphene something or another embedded into the actual pants itself, into the material, and it's supposed to excite the fat particles in your body, so that it kind of causes them to it breaks down the fat, so you lose weight like that. Not only does it do that, but it also gives you that tighter, firmer, more lifted derriere that every white woman wants.
You know what's interesting about graphene? Activated charcoal looks identical to graphene, but
Right.
activated charcoal is healing for the body, but
Right.
graphene oxide causes toxicity. They're also trying to experiment with graphene and water filtration, which is crazy.
Right.
Because activated charcoal is already a better water filtration. They're also with the clothing, another solution: 100% cotton in the countries in Africa. Not this mixing of these
Polyester blends.
Blends. Yeah.
polyester blend, because
Right.
it increases inflammation.
Mm.
Yeah, and rayon is a synthetic fiber that also increases inflammation. And yeah, it's in the test. So
Brother Rohan, I wanted to say this though, going to what you said about the charcoal, activated charcoal, you're right. But then isn't that just like the devil? He always has a counterfeit to the Most High's, to whatever the Most High does. There's always
Right.
going to be a counterfeit, or something that looks, and a counterfeit is a counterfeit. It means it's something that passes for the original.
A synthetic version
Exactly.
of something.
Isn't
Right.
the Most High interesting how he had us not to mix things in the law, including different fibers?
Right.
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's because
By the way,
oh, uh, Shalom, Uncle Don P. It's also because Satan basically has been creating this infrastructure of the science of good and evil. I've been Most High blessed, or has like reading this book of Melchizedek. It's just giving me this understanding that, and then he still wants to covet the Most High's throne. So these people's plans, once they wreak havoc on earth, extract resources on earth, they're going to try to come for the heavenly throne and trying to get resources from the Most High's throne. That's not going to happen, but when I was reading the book of Melchizedek, I could see that's what their future plan is after extracting resources on this earth.
That's exactly what a disease does. They're disease-ridden people. It's when you read history and you read that the Indians didn't have any known diseases over here before the white man came over, and
No, the
even
Australians as well.
and even the buffalo. You know why there were so many buffalo that were massacred, that were killed? It was because they brought the cows over here. The cows have some kind of parasite that doesn't really bother them, but it attacks the buffalo. That's how the buffalo got killed off. So a lot of people don't know that. You know, just everything about them is disease ridden. Even their animals are disease ridden. You know, we didn't used to drink cow's milk. We drank goat's milk.
That's true. That's actually
But
true.
they do a lot of things to their animals as well. So it's not really surprising. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Most High instructed, what's his name? Saul. Was it Saul? The king. Oh, I've forgotten his name. Yeah, Saul to kill everything. Don't leave
Right.
nothing alive. Kill it all
Right.
because you don't know what these people have been doing. I mean, the
Right.
Most High did, but he said kill it. It's not fit for nothing. Oh, but what about sacrifice? That's why he said obedience more than sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the Most High knows. We don't. Oh, but that's not fair. Why? Because he said so. And because he sees. He's here, he's then, and he's over there. He knows. He can see everything. So you, with your silly little feelings, stop it. Just listen and hear what he has to say. So...
Brother Don P.
Yes, sir. I was listening to a teaching that Pastor Kelly was doing the other day on unnatural affections. This is where these people got all these diseases from.
Mm.
They was doing it with everything and everybody. The true definitions of words, he broke down some words. I was like, wow, I didn't know that meant that. But this is where all these diseases came from. It's usually sin's basis is either a blood violation or some sexual immorality violation of law. That's typically where your sin comes from. So, you know, and the punishment of sin is death. And a way or a means to death is disease.
Mm.
These people are straight up disease.
I was talking to a nurse one day, and we got on the subject about AIDS. And I asked her, and of course she was Caucasian. I asked her, I said, "Do you believe that AIDS came from Africa? That a black person had sex with a chimp, or some form of ape, and then that's where AIDS came from?" And she says, "Well," she told me that, you know, I really want to talk about it. So that let me know that she was already thinking that, yeah, that's where it came from. And I said to her, I said, it's funny, black people really aren't known for having sex with animals. That was always a white and a Spanish thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mexico, they did it. Go over there to there's certain tribes over there in the Spanish countries that it's actually a tribal thing, you know, to have sex, for the young males to have sex with an animal first. And I'm like, and y'all put AIDS on us?
Okay.
I mean, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Yeah, they think that AIDS came from us when AIDS was designed in a lab.
Like that. We don't
Huh?
do things like that.
Exactly. That's them. They do it. So I had to give her a history lesson of her people and her kind. Give her a history lesson that black people don't do that. That's not us. I said, show me a video of a black person doing something with an animal. A lot of the videos I've seen when I was younger, it was always white and Spanish people.
Well, look
I
at
rest
the
my
one with
case.
the TCA brought out with the dolphin, and then you got women with their dogs. I mean, come
Right,
back.
right,
Just
exactly.
How
stop.
do you have sex with a crocodile?
What?
How do you have
What?
They did.
What?
They did. I was telling you about Pastor Kelly was bringing all this out in his lesson. How in the world do you have sex with a crocodile?
A
Why
That's
are
crocodile?
you?
what we
Why?
do every.
Why are they so
It,
freaky?
That's some tough loving.
it's in their nature. You think about
Well,
this
Love
though.
hurts, man. Love hurts.
Let me ring this on back, okay? I know that we're talking about the roller coaster, but we're not talking about Tupac with Casey and JoJo of How Do You Want It, okay? This, all right, let's ring it on back. I'm gonna ring it on back, okay? So let me let me tell you, because Pastor Kelly be coming, Pastor Kelly be coming out with everything. He be staying in YouTube jail. Pastor Kelly's back. Oh, he's back in YouTube jail. I wonder what he done said again.
Too much true. People get in their
It's true.
feelings too much, man. It's like, come on,
Yeah.
but you do it. You're doing it. But anyway, we're not trying to get you in trouble.
That's
I'm
funny
just
because
telling. Look, I'll just yeah. If you want to know what this conversation is, please check out Pastor Kelly's channel. We
Right.
broke down. You see that? I'm making sure I give that quip, I give that hook. I'm giving Pastor Kelly all the due respect that you can go and check out his stuff. Why you can check it out before they shut his channel down?
K. Judah was talking last night. It's like PCA can't stay out of YouTube prison. They don't have him
I'm
in
just
YouTube jail. They have him in YouTube prison. He be doing
Can,
stints.
can I just say one thing? I'm going to say this and then I'm going to leave it right there. But has anybody noticed, when you go on, like you're watching a video like YouTube or even playing one of those games and you get like the adverts coming and everything? Have you noticed that there's always these, those interactive stories and whatnot? Yeah. I've noticed that there's an increase in these, and there's the main theme of these stories are always about wolf or lichenism or lycanthropy or whatever it's called, and it's always them turning into werewolves. I'm just saying, I ain't. It's just curious. It's curious. It's fascinating to me. And then with the topic that we were just saying, but we're going to leave now. So I just wanted to put that out there. And
um,
Oh, I don't
I
and
doubt
land
that
my
they're going to
plane.
be turning themselves into werewolves, when it's all said and done with all this, animal transhumanism type stuff. That's what they want to be. I have no doubts about it, right? We also have no doubts about their sexual perversions, right? I
um,
understand that. We definitely understand that, you know. But I'm just gonna let you know. Look, we don't go into that much level of graphic detail because number one, I haven't even eaten yet. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't eaten yet. Y'all gonna mess with my breakfast that I
well,
ordered. Okay, y'all gonna mess my breakfast up with well, Karis, did
So
you know
so
what they
so
do
no
with the
beef hot dogs
entrails?
then.
Ugh,
So you don't want no
ugh.
hot dogs, no beef hot dogs then or something.
Oh my goodness, Karis, do you know what they did with this? Karis, do you know what they did with? Look, I can't even. Some I don't even look I tell them don't even put mayonnaise on my stuff no more. Okay, look,
well,
The visuals. Mm-mm.
mm,
I gotta have just all chocolate icing. I don't even trust that vanilla icing anymore. No, thank you.
yeah. Well, to to have fair balance, though, even my ancestors, when I saw these temples well, I saw like pictures of these temples in Madhya Pradesh. My ancestors, some of them were having sex with horses, the Elamites and the Medes. So even Shem, they also fell to this like fallen angel stuff too. So
Mm.
just to keep it in perspective, it was only the descendants of Eber, your ancestors, Eber, the line of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, that carried these Noah commandments and walked it on out.
Yeah,
Just wanted
you
to
know how
keep fair
you know.
balance. So,
Yeah, thank you, brother Rohan, for that. You know how much of a perspective that is when we're just going over Isaiah 24, right? That they've broken the covenants, they've broken these ordinances, and they didn't just break them, man. They just wanted to demolish and smash them. Because why? Because they're really trying to set. They've tried to set themselves up to be the standard. They tried to set themselves up to be the Most High. And you know that as I had let people know of the example of my cousin and what she had done. Look, I'm telling you, it's a slippery slope when you try to come in the spaces and try to say, well, you know, the Holy Spirit told me, the Holy Spirit, and it's like to do what? To pervert to continue wickedness? Because now we see that what in the church. And the church is being ripped apart because it's like, man, what spirit are you talking to? What Holy Spirit are you
True.
talking to? Gates of Holder brought that out with the Church of England of things that the word. So I'm gonna forget and forego the word, and I'm gonna say it's the Holy Spirit. Man, the Holy Spirit doesn't contradict the word. It never has.
Amen. Say that again. Because some
The
people, they're
Holy
kind of
Spirit
deaf.
never contradicts the word. The Holy Spirit is always in agreement with the word because the Most High never contradicts himself.
Exactly. So if anybody's saying that the Holy Spirit told them that, the Most High is like either male or female, yeah, that's another spirit you're listening to.
Man,
Yeah,
boy, oh boy.
that's
All right, so
Lucifer duality.
exactly.
Exactly. Oh, stereo.
Well, that's the world in which we live in. Everything about Satan is opposite of Yah. Everything is opposite of Yah. I mean, the scriptures clearly states that the days of Noah and the days of Lot will combine in one generation. And here we are
Hmm.
having both of these. We have the now I would say male and female, but they're trying to get rid of male and female. Do you remember about a month ago, the LTGBQ? I think that's the letters. They was trying to disband one of Aretha Franklin's songs.
Yeah.
What was the name of that song again?
Natural
Um.
woman.
Natural Woman.
Right.
I just cannot believe that people geared themselves up to come against something that Yah himself made. If it wasn't for a man and a woman, a gay person would not be here.
Mm-hmm.
Would not be here. Now they can come
Well,
up with
now
this
you don't.
this
Now you don't see for them technology. Now they don't have to worry about that because now they're gonna have them baby pods.
Right. With the
But
CRISPR Cas technology.
Uncle, I
Yep.
just want to get something clear though. Although I'm not sticking up for them, but it wasn't the LGB, it was the T that got upset. The T, the for
yeah,
the
transgender thing.
yeah, I was gonna
Oh
The
say
man,
the
But you
trans
know
second
what?
one,
the
but
I look at it like this.
transams.
yeah,
I
you
look at
better
it like
start.
this.
You better start referring to them like Hot Wheels or
The
toys,
transams.
Transformers, Trans Am,
you can't even
I,
use the word the T
Transistors. Man,
word either.
you gonna get me shut down. Y'all can't speak in code or nothing. Y'all wouldn't have survived. Y'all wouldn't have survived the Underground Railroad.
Uh,
we yeah, we gonna
Basically,
say
Starscream's people. Them
we
Starscream's
go
people.
we, we gonna s-
Some young
we gonna say
folks,
that
You know what
we
I'm
go,
saying?
Ooh,
some young folks
who's that?
don't
What
know
is
how to
that?
speak code. Don't know how to speak YouTube code.
yeah, we gonna say the
I'm
AEIOU and sometime Y. The AEIOU and sometime Y people.
look,
yeah.
look. On this platform, we just gonna refer to them as Autobots.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and and it's sad that it gets this way, that you really have to break things down in codes in order to continue uh to enlighten brothers and sisters. And it's sad that it's that way. It is not like getting, it is that way. You
Right.
know, it's certain things. Uh, the people who own these, who control it, still have this power over your speech, and yet, and still, wait, like what you said, transform. However it need to be done, and but it just sad. But at the same time, we still get the point across.
Hmm.
Still get it across.
The gender benders.
Wow.
Wasn't there a
Man.
robot called Bender
Yeah, Bender. Yeah. Yeah.
from Futurama? Hmm.
Who? What is that noise?
No, that's
That's not
Gun
me.
P, I think.
It
Yeah,
might
that's
be the
Gun
rain.
P.
It might be the rain on my
Somebody got transformed, man.
That sounds like
Well,
Starscream, really.
Exactly, it does.
But you know what, Karis? I'm glad you brought that point up earlier, and I didn't think I didn't think about it like that until you started saying it, and we started getting into a conversation of what they're doing behind closed doors. To secure our way that we can get back home. I'm like, wow, that's another way of looking at it. It's interesting that thinking about that it is lining up. But I'm thinking, like, because I was thinking about the Tunisian president. I'm like, why is he all of a sudden all mad all of a sudden? What the hell's going on over there?
Somebody
They
said something to
right.
him.
Somebody told him something. Right.
You Roman.
yeah.
That is
Right.
really interesting. That is really interesting, and I kind of think I think you might have hit it on the nose, Garris. I think you might have hit it on the nose. Because why else would he get so upset and make
Right.
a statement?
Well, that's the whole thing. Look, you got to understand, um, we'll never have all the info available to us. But look, politics, especially in that international level, it's wheeling and dealing. And that wheeling and dealing right now, you got to remember, everybody's trying to figure out who's going to support them. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Let me just tell you what happens with those North African countries, those countries that reside on the Mediterranean. They want to be proxy white folks. Matter of fact, when you look at how they're counted in the census, they're literally counted as white. What does it say? European North African. That's white.
Mhm.
At least that's what it was in the 2000 census. Didn't we see that one? I don't know if you've all seen the one video where the Egyptian was black and he said he's counted as white and he's a brother.
Right. I saw that one.
Argues you
Yeah.
and I.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's why. Because here's the thing, their masters on the continent. They they hold to Europe and to the European standard. That's what they hold to. And now you have the sub-Saharan that's saying, "Look, we're tired of this." Oh, and by the way, since they don't really have that much fertile or arable land, they have to get all their stuff from sub-Saharan Africa. By the way,
Exactly. You took the words right out my mouth. I was going to say, Tunisia cut their nose off to spite their whole face.
race, yeah, exactly. Because why? Because racism doesn't pay. But it's a sickness. It's a spiritual sickness. It's a spiritual disease.
Hmm.
And now you're starting to see what that spiritual disease has worked itself out worldwide. Because why? Because that shows the corruption of the mind of these people.
In
Because
the heart.
why? That's because their hearts are being exposed. When
Right.
I hate you all this
Mhm.
much, I hate you all this much, then that means you're going to hate yourself that much that your behind's going to starve, and then the people are going to riot, and then you're going to get shot with your own golden gun like Gaddafi.
Mm.
Uh,
You know,
mm.
that Tunisian president or whatever, he looks like he's sick with sin because his face, man, his teeth look. They look nasty, man. He just, it's like I could have gone my whole life not knowing who he was, what he looked like. None of who here saw what he
You
looked
look
like
like
before
a
this.
you look like a sci-fi henchman from the early '80s.
He looked like
He,
the
A B
original
movie.
Doctor Evil.
he
You look
looks
like
like
a
he's
B.
been breaking rocks with his teeth, man. That's what he looks like.
He looks like an evil sci-fi henchman. You know, like what is this that you're bringing me? Like you would see him in the cave with like the little fire things on the side, and he'd be unhooding himself, and it's like, ugh, this dude looks
The one
terrible.
that will only last one episode
Yeah,
because your face is too hurt, man. No one can take that. You got a one episode face.
you look like that one dude from like Weird Science. You know what I'm talking about? That back in the day movie with that messed up head. That's what he looked like, man.
No wonder he's so mad. Oh, Esau, your seed is spoilt, man. Woo. That he's a walking
Oh
billboard
yeah,
for that verse.
But even his own people are pissed off at him.
yeah, because they know what they're gonna starve.
Right.
They're gonna starve. They ain't got no food over there. And look, don't let it fool you. The only way that they're gonna get food is from Cairo. It's from Egypt,
Right.
and their food isn't that great. That water on
Exactly.
the Nile there is terrible, and they know it's terrible. That's why nobody eats the produce other than the Egyptians, because they can stomach it. They got to get all that. They don't like. I'm being dead serious. They got to get all their food from out of the sub-Saharan,
Yeah, but here's
and
another
that's
thing.
the
Here's
only way.
another thing too, is that now that that's the first time I ever seen a government, African government, go and send resources to get their people out. So I'm thinking like,
Bingo.
all right, what's Plan B? Do they go over there and invade? Do they
No,
kick
no,
all
no.
them people out?
No, do you understand that there's some international strategic importances that's there, and I think a lot of people have to understand this. All right, when you have international, excuse me, multiple countries, it wasn't just one country, it wasn't two countries, there was multiple.
Mm-hmm.
Guess where they're going to get reimbursed from? What happens when there's an issue or things of that nature? The UN reimburses countries for any type of emergency things, right? There's always a fund. There's always a set aside. That's how this works. There's always a funding mechanism.
Yeah, but the UN's going to be tapped out soon because everybody's going to be needing those funds real soon.
Yeah, well, that's the UN. That's the UN. This is probably the very first time that we're seeing a funding mechanism that will be used by the African Union. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Right.
Do you get where I'm coming from? So if they're able to have a funding mechanism for this, I'm telling you, I'm like, this is a foreshadow of what these events are going to look like. I'm like, this is a foreshadowing. This is a foreshadowing. Hey, nations, we'll pay you back. We'll reimburse you to bring our people back.
Huh.
Operation Judah.
Do you get what I'm telling you?
Right.
Yeah,
There's an epiphany.
Mhm.
Operation Judah instead of Moses.
Do
Bring
you-
him from the
yeah.
four corners of the.
Go ahead, Brother Dompey.
Oh no, I was just saying, bring him from the four corners of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Huh.
That would be a magnificent sight to see.
Well, because now you have to understand, okay, it was done, which means that if it was done, then that means it will be done later on. Do you get what I'm
Hmm.
telling you? If that was done then that means it was done later on. And therefore, they can now coordinate those efforts a lot more. Because why? Because it'll be funding streams. See, people don't realize things get done with money because it's the resource. How am I going to do it? How can I get it? Look, literally, it was a proof of concept. That's a proof of concept. That's your case study. Do y'all get what I'm telling you? That was your case study.
Yep. Yep. That's how you do it. That's how you do it in project management.
You get what I'm
Lay it
saying?
out.
Okay, so now, yeah, that's exactly right, brother Don. All right, the AU. Well, what are they doing? African Union. What are they trying to do? Six diaspora. But what's happening? The six diaspora is in trouble. Just wait till an event happens. Just wait till the people fall off the cliff
Wait a minute. I'm
financially.
sorry. Say it again. Say it again, brother.
The six diaspora with the African Union.
And you said they're in trouble.
That's us, the sixth state or the sixth
All
Yeah,
right.
region,
All
the
right.
sixth region of Africa.
yeah, the six
Okay.
diaspora, which is us. We're in trouble, which we've always been. But just wait when we're in further trouble. Because why? When this place falls financially off the cliff, oh, this is going to be worse than any type of red summer. It'll be worse.
Here's I don't know what I'm gonna do without my espresso maker and my debate.
They got all that in South Africa. Trust me. Y'all like
Hmm.
they don't have a pottery barn out there. No, they got pottery barns. They got West Elms. You'll be all right for that 1,000 count sheet. Y'all need the 1,000 count. I can't lay my pillow down on anything else without that. My toes don't even feel right.
Make me
I
choke
gotta
on the
stop
cucumber.
800 gives me hives.
My skin is sensitive. It's,
It's so weird that
man,
people would complain about that when we've been living, eating, breathing, and touching the worst that Babylon has to offer. But we're going to fuss about some bed sheets.
our people will fuss about anything and everything. We have no type of chill. It's like, look, just take that sackcloth. Are you alive? All right, get some hay, lay your behind down on that hay, and we'll figure things out tomorrow. But I need to be in a Marriott.
Have you ever laid down on hay? Oh, it's disgusting. I'm not even going to play. It's disgusting. I mean, I'll do it if I have to because, I'd rather be here there on a bed of hay th- than here. But, oh, no, man.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine the first wilderness? What these folks was like? Can you imagine these Negroes in the wilderness? These Hampton Inn courtyard Red Lobster niggas in the wilderness? Oh my goodness! It's gonna be a bunch
That's
of them
my
going on.
brother John P.
Person's gonna
Brother
be
John
opening
P.
up all over the place.
Is my sweet ready? Is my sweet? I called ahead. Is my sweet ready? Do you see what you're doing? I'm a Bonvoy member. Look, I got titanium ambassador. What's going on here?
Never staying at this 4 points again.
Some people are going to start taking on the characteristics of Karen. I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness. Do you know who I am? Yes, you're a refugee. Besides the point.
They'll be
sir,
like,
did you
sit
know
down or we're
that
going to
the
feed
gate?
you to the lions.
Yes, you are a homeless Hebrew man, so get over there and shut up.
Exactly, exactly. Uh, but, what was in that bank account? Oh, zeros, right? Just like the rest of y'all folks in America. Man, you better sit your poor behind down. You can't speak like that. I'm an American.
Oh,
You gonna
nobody
be
ain't. Better not say
you
that.
gonna you gonna be seeing the folks that are gonna be hard headed in the wilderness. You gonna be seeing those folks. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know what happened. Right?
And remember who caused the problem to begin with? That daggone mixed multitude. The daggone mixed multitude. They are not gonna be happy because they ain't gonna have no mayonnaise. They ain't gonna have no cow's milk. They ain't gonna have no Brussels sprouts. They are not no plain chicken. They are not gonna be happy.
Plain chicken. Ew. Ew.
Mm. Yeah, I think I'm fine with the coriander, manna, coriander. So
Oh yeah. Well,
I love coriander, especially in some rice with some coconut milk and some lemongrass. Mm, yum.
Who's that in the purple sitting all quiet over there?
That's me. I'm just enjoying and waiting for other characters to call me up.
Hey, over there.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm just learning and listening and waiting for Brother Carrot to say, "That's well, it's your turn."
go
No, you
ahead.
got to jump in.
Yeah, you got
Oh,
who else? These folks will be. You've been up here a couple of times. You know the drill. You know
yes,
the
sir.
drill.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, but yeah, I'm enjoying every morning that you come on. I'm enjoying you all. Thank you for allowing me to come in. And yeah, so regarding everything that's going on with them giving us reparations and all that stuff, I'm still trying to understand, and I'm listening to you all and learning how you believe it's going to happen. I'm just I'm just waiting and happy that it's going to happen. Like I told y'all, I did get some kind of reparations already because I said before I went over there and I brought 2 apartments over in the land, 3 apartments, I mean, over in the land, and I was
Oh,
telling
that's
y'all
right.
about that. And so yeah, they're building them now. I'm just waiting for them to be built, to be finished. 2 of them are almost complete. So yeah, so far, I think that's going to happen to a lot of us as well. I think that I just believe this myself that, some of us are going to get something sprinkled on us, before the big reparations come, where we'll be it's because Abba Yah can do it. So don't be surprised if all of a sudden something just drop in your lap and you just say, oh, well, it's time to go. I got this, and that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Let
wait.
me ask you all a question though. When it comes to reparations, with this banking crisis, doesn't it seem to be looking bleak? You know,
Yeah.
Well, I look at it like this. Okay, what would you rather pay? Would you rather pay somebody devalued money? And yeah, I'd rather pay somebody devalued money. And that's what they'll do. They'd rather crash this whole thing, which they're doing right now, than pay us any red cent. Pay us 1 red cent. They'd rather crash this whole thing. And they're doing it. They're telling you that they're doing it. They're making no bones about it that they're doing it.
right?
Yeah, they're
Then you
giving
pay
money to
with your
Ukraine.
lives.
Yeah, they're giving money to Ukraine, and it's like that right there is just obvious. Why?
You know the part that really killed me is when they sat up there and talked about, well, since the thing we've been dealing with for the last past couple of years, China, since it came out of China, China should pay reparations to the United States. I was like, what?
They got some nerve.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that? I couldn't believe when he said it. I was like, they formed their lips to say that.
There's sometimes they can
And,
really
and I,
surprise you and
you know,
shock
here,
you.
here's the thing. China could have gone and skillfully played it like this. I'll pay you your reparations when you pay your black folks reparations. Let's see how that happens.
Yeah, I would love
Hmm.
it. I would love if they said that. Like
Or I'll pay you
checkmate.
reparations when you need to,
Bingo.
when you pay back all that money that you owe us.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the International Court of Settlements is the one that's going to make the United States give up the reparations when the United States is settling all their international affairs. When this thing is, going down, they got to, reconcile the books. And they'll be like, oh, wait a minute, hold up, yo, y'all got one more debt you forgot about. Them black folks, y'all owe them. Y'all got to pay them.
Yeah, but
Right.
how do
So
they
I think
enforce it?
something
You got
like
to
that's going to
remember, nothing can be enforced on a nation unless that nation's already kind of in a failed state, right? Because when a nation's in a failed state, the money move the banks move the money. They'll move it, and then guess what? It goes into that international type of guardianship, and then that's when they'll, in my opinion, this is just me. That's when they'll settle out. That first, that claim will come out first and foremost. But that's only when that nation has been in a basically defeated status. Look, you can't go back to anything. You can't try to get any. Um, it's just when you don't have any type of power in your hand. That's just how that goes. That's really how that goes. So we'll see. In terms of the court of man, I really believe that there'll probably be, hey, we will pay so we can get to the resources on the continent. That's the only thing I can kind of look at. That's the only thing I
Oh
can
no,
kind of
they
look at.
ain't. They're not getting anything. Nothing.
Right.
And if
Let
they
me ask
get anything, top dollar.
let me ask y'all this. I noticed that the last 2 years I ended up owing taxes at the end of the year, and it just angers me so much that you sending money over, you sending money over there to Ukraine, and I gotta pay. You took money from me all year, and then at the end I still gotta pay you some more money, and you sending it over to Ukraine. Anybody else dealing with that? That pisses me off.
Hmm.
Shoot, man, please don't say nothing about paying taxes, man. And I thought with a business, I could write off any and everything.
No,
But they
you can't.
continue to change the laws.
Hmm.
my CPA
Because
keeps me in
why?
a perpetual loop. He keeps me in a perpetual loop, man. I ain't trying to pay no taxes.
That's that slave based
Well,
thing.
Hey Don P, are we
well,
gonna have to change your name to Wesley Snipes?
exactly.
No, but my brother said I looked at. I came into a wedding one afternoon. He's like, "Oh, there's Wesley Snipes."
Or Ronald Isley, one of them.
Hey, listen, I plan on being out here anyway. I plan on being out here anyway. So y'all gonna have to catch me if you can.
So,
You got
Karis, you think this year gonna be very important when it comes to the financial of this country?
Brother, I think everything from here going forward is going to be significant in the unfolding of the plan of the Most High that He's already given the screenplay for. It just needs to be acted out.
Okay. Mm.
With those banks going down, you know it's something happening. I was talking to a brother from he is from Nigeria yesterday, and he goes back and forth to Nigeria. He's Nigerian, and he told me everything that we heard is true. He said it's terrible over there how they're doing with the banks, and he said they told all the people turn your money in and they're gonna give you new money, and they didn't give it to the people. He said people are starving. It's pretty bad.
Dang. What?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Mm. Tell you. Well, we're living in that time of the end. I never thought in a million years I'd be witnessing this. I kid you not. Never thought that I would be living to see all of this happening in my lifetime.
especially on this scale.
Yes. Mm.
This is a world changing event. You know, no matter how much I plan, like I plan for guns, I plan for gold, I plan for silver, I plan for food. I plan on staying where I'm at and just hunkering down. And then more information came in and said, wait a minute, we gotta leave. We gotta leave. If I knew we were gonna leave, I wouldn't have bought all this crap.
Yeah.
So listen, you just gotta constantly adapt. It's constantly adapting your mind to adapt with the things that are going on around you, that's happening on a daily basis. It's difficult. It's difficult, but I'm constantly having to reevaluate, and I just thank Karis, for having these open forums where we can sit and talk, and kind of talk to one another, and I'm constantly constantly adapting. That's the only way to survive. You got to be a little crazy, and you got to learn how to adapt and think outside the box.
Mm.
Yeah,
You're right about that, brother.
My brother, I went through the gun thing too. I got all this mess, and I'm like thinking, oh, when I leave, what am I going to do with this stuff?
Right. Right.
We all do. We all do. I got a safe. I got, you know what's up in the safe? A whole bunch of them. I got a corner with 12-volt refrigerators, a solar power generator, a gas power generator, a tent. Yeah, I got all this stuff, and it's like, okay, I hope I can use it on the continent.
I had the same conversation with my mum, but I thought, and we were talking about this also with on the chat that we're in with Shauna Shade as well, and we said that maybe it's not for us, maybe it's for the ones that stay here. There may be some righteous. We don't know, some righteous amongst them who, some of these Christians who, I don't know, but maybe it's not for us.
Right.
Maybe it's not for us. Maybe it's for a time period, and then when we leave, it's forever who is left behind, who has to go where they might have to flee, and these our houses. Maybe the Holy Spirit might sort of direct them to where they need to go. Like our houses will be a safe haven for a short time, like a loading, like for them to load up before they venture out again.
Right.
I don't know, but I kind of feel like, because all of us have kind of, we heeded the words, because I know it was the Holy Spirit that told me, buy this, do that, especially like 3 years ago, right. So maybe it's not for us. Maybe we can eat what we can eat, and then, we leave in haste. And those who are here, maybe it's for them.
Well, before I leave, I'm gonna leave a note for whoever inherits all this good stuff that I spent all this money on.
You owe me that. Reparations.
Look, you're gonna have that in case of the second Exodus. This car is yours. Bumper sticker. In case of the second Exodus.
You hit them with the "You're welcome in advance."
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget the Berkey water filters too.
Yeah, got them too. Actually, you know what? I did the Berkey filters. I didn't spend my money on the Berkey system. I just went and got 2 large pots, I think from Kmart, and put holes in them and made it myself. My system works just like the Berkey system, and I just ordered the filters for it, for the gravity fit.
The gravity drain. So that's one of my businesses is water. So when you guys were talking about the carbon and the gasoline,
right?
It's like, yeah, the first thing that hits our systems when the water comes in, it hits a carbon. It hits a sediment filter first, and then it hits a pre-carbon filter.
Carbon block, right?
But, but that gasoline, that stuff is bad. They put that in the lollipop, and that's what when it came back together, that's what's causing those blood clots.
Well, the graphene that they're using some is for some reverse osmosis systems that use a graphene membrane in them. Because I co-phase two reverse osmosis systems, and I got like what 10 or 15 tanks of water, and then I have a big 20-gallon tank, and I co-phase two systems. So if I had to a short amount of time that I needed in order to get water in, clean water in, that both systems will work at the same time and load what I needed to load, and then shut off. Like
You're
I,
using a cap.
huh?
You're using a capture type system.
What's the No, I don't know what a capture pipe is.
That's where you're catching rainwater and stuff like that.
No,
Or
a
are
catchment. Are you talking about a catchment system? No, this is reverse osmosis.
okay, so
I
you're
use
using a
I use two GE General Electric reverse osmosis systems, and I co-phase them together to work in
right.
sync with one another, so that I could get the maximum. Because reverse osmosis takes a while in order to sort out the water, the good, the bad, and the whatnot, and then load it into the tank. But if you use two of them and you co-phase them and then put them in different tanks, and it's all pressure fed.
Right.
Right. So
I've had that for 10 years and been in the industry for another 10 years prior to that. So I know
right.
exactly what you Matter of fact, I got to go to LA and do some work on machines today. So nice long drive.
Has anybody seen what Auntie Judy has put up? The president of Tunisia got the boot.
Oh,
Karibo
really?
said that he got sent back to the as a mummy. I can't see what he said. It's kind of flashed past, but it says something about how they sent him back to them as a mummy wrapped up or something along them lines. But if it turns out they got rid of him, wow, I didn't know.
I know they were talking about it. I didn't know. I didn't think they
Yeah.
would actually do it.
That's what he said. They returned the mummy back to the temple. He does look like a mummy.
He does look like an unwrapped mummy.
Or one that got un.
I want my mummy.
But wow, they got rid of him good. Because they realized, like, how are we going to eat? They need the resources of sub-Saharan Africa.
Right.
The whole world does.
They can't be pissing Africa off now.
No.
That's why they mad. That's why they mad. It's like, dang, we got to deal with these niggas.
Right. Right.
No, we have to deal fairly with these niggas.
Right. Right. Yeah, because Africa is the head now. Not
Right
the
back
tail.
where it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Turn that map the right way around.
but that's what happens when they're trying to. You can't talk slick, you can't talk greasy to them folks no more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't look. There ain't no more s-hole country comments coming from no type of folks, and then you don't feel those repercussions. But again, it's Jacoba's fault. It's Jacoba's fault.
I was just thinking that, man. I was just thinking
Ain't
about
no
that.
400-year prophecy,
Ain't
though.
no 400-year prophecy.
Hey, Yakoba. That's right. Yes, let's start the petty party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
it's
good
an
Ain't no,
article.
ain't no 400-year prophecy.
It's an
I
article.
mean,
I'm sorry. No,
that's all right.
I'm sorry. I saw
Go
an
ahead.
article in the Hill. And it was talking about Kamala Harris going over, and she's going into Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia this month to sit down with them, I guess, and talk with them. But I noticed in it that she's talking about bringing democracy. It says the talk is going to be, their regional and global priorities, including shared commitment to democracy, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, food security, and the effects of Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine, among other issues. I just read the part of the article. So that's what she's going over there to talk to them about.
You know what?
I
You know what that is, and I'll let you comment, Sister Chantel. What that is that it's not being received in the African countries, and it hadn't been received.
Mm-hmm.
And the African countries are literally they're turning their back on them.
Hallelujah.
And so now this is that final effort. Hey, we're gonna bring democracy. You want to know how we bring democracy? We bring it with them three-letter boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
you
what-
try. Listen. They're like, try it with them three-letter boys. I got something called Wagner. I got
Right.
something for you called Wagner. You can
Right.
try. We'll entertain this conversation, but it's not going to go the way you think that it's going to go. Because you have to understand, look, the power is not in their hands anymore. Now the power is out of their hands.
Yep.
Yep.
So now they're like, okay, you can come on over and waste your trip on gas. We ain't going to do none of that rainbow stuff.
Right.
We're not going to have any of that mess in your perversions. Come on over here so we can shut you down, and we're going to shut you down in your face. And matter of fact, you try it. We're going to spit right in your face.
Wow.
I mean,
That's one thing.
She ain't got no. She ain't got no pulling power. She's not a foundational Black American. She's Indian. She's a Brahma bull. She's not black.
That Asian can go over there to the continent if she wants to. They gonna look at her just like she said she was.
Mm-hmm.
They trying to play her. She don't realize she's the house mammy.
Right.
You don't realize it. She's
arrogance of it. They
No,
still
she's
being
the
arrogant.
house.
She don't even like black people. Oh, headboard.
No, she
Harris.
locked up more. She locked up more black men than anybody.
Women too.
And now the thing about it is, I hated what she did. She hopped on this when they saying the first black vice president. That's when she considered herself to be a black woman.
Right.
She won. Oh, I'm the first in history. Oh yeah. She looking at she just looking at it from a selfish way of gaining notoriety. And that's what she did. She jumped on it and ran with it. And now they want to go over there and they want to shoot this those three-letter guys over there. They running that hard.
Mm-hmm.
They are running that hard. I had never seen them run it hard.
That's the last playbook, and that shows you that's all they have in their playbook. It's a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
This wasn't gonna. Everybody knew I was gonna end. You're just seeing the ending now.
Right.
And then people are like, oh, I'm so surprised how it's ending like this. Why? Because they were in love with this place. They were in love with this fairy tale. And people were telling you it's a fairy tale. When this system collapses, it's going to collapse hard. Don't you care? No, because I understand who my Elohim is. I trust in an awesome Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trusting in the system. I'm not trusting in man. This is what they trust in. They trust in the power of man.
I mean, man has tried so much against us. I mean, you just look at it. I mean, all the experiments they did on us, on our forefathers and things, to get us out of the way. And like what you said, Karis, this is their last shot of those three-letter guys. And they trying their best, bro. When I say they try, I mean they going in. Let me put it this way: my son was in school, and he like, Dad, they keep on talking to me about the three other guys in school, and they code it. And this what gets me. They use a black platform to do it. They use a black they use the thing that irritates me is I was born with this skin. There's no controlling, nobody cannot control that. You cannot make a decision. I'm in my mother's womb. I don't think I want to be olive green. You cannot You know what I'm saying?
I think we're on the wrong. I think we're on the wrong subject. I'm talking about the three-letter agency guys.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how. That's what I'm talking about. Look,
right.
they're gonna start up something. Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to play ball. But here's the thing. You notice how that doesn't work anymore
No,
on
it
those
doesn't.
countries
Well, I was
because
going to
why?
say that.
Because they getting
Um,
bold. They coming back at them.
Yeah,
Well, they're hip to. They're hip to them. They're hip to.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
you're
it's
sending
the
in
same
somebody
playbook.
to wrap things up.
I wish
Absolutely.
I wish they had did it earlier before they took out what's his name in Tanzania, Margot Foley. I wish they had got them balls earlier and not taking Margot Foley out.
and what's his face in what's it?
Gaddafi.
Haiti.
Yeah, Haiti.
Right,
Look at the state of Haiti now.
right.
It's disgusting. And France is
What was
coming
that?
for you.
What was that country where the woman took over power?
That was
Tanzania.
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 Okay.
Okay.
I don't like her.
And then she got on there and she took the medicine, the Madison, you know what I mean? She went up
Yeah.
there and took it. And
But she had to because they was gonna kill her too.
well, she should have died then. I mean, at the end, some things you got to die over.
Yeah, but we don't know if they played ball with them, but did they really play ball? We're not sure.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like, look, we're gonna get this. Man, empty that stuff out and just put saline in that.
Right, right,
You giving that stuff that garbage.
right.
You know how people do. You know how people do.
Exactly.
Did you
Exactly.
get
But
the stuff?
sometimes it's a matter of
Yeah.
principle, though,
Yeah,
because it's about the optics, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether it's just filled with saline. It's what it represents. People
Yeah.
see that, they take the photo, they plaster it all over the media. People see that, and then there goes your trust. Nobody trusts you anymore. They see you as a sellout.
Yep.
Because then it's like, okay, well, it was okay for you to take that, but now we got to take the real deal.
hmm
Oh,
Yeah.
I
When the
know.
CEO of Pfizer won't take it, it's like,
Yeah.
oh no, I'm not doing that.
As well as the gates of hell. They don't even let their any of their children take any of the
Other stuff.
V's.
Yeah.
Any of them. None of them.
Yeah.
I bet they have them on healthy living, clean living.
Hydra Valioris.
Right,
Man.
right.
Hydra Valorius. Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Got that thing swimming around inside of you.
Brother.
That's the before I let you go, Rohan. You ever see like the Matrix and you have like the Sentinels? That's
Yeah.
what they look like.
Right.
Oh, those
Right.
hydros. Oh, that's disgusting.
But you know what? That was all. That was in Hellboy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Brother
was.
Rohan, let me get you real quick before they start, interrupting. You know how black folks are. We're just gonna talk over folks.
But
Go ahead, Brother
yeah.
Rohan.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, Brother Dave. Yeah, the Kamala Harris, even Narendra Modi has no respect for this U.S. administration either. So that's another thing. So, and then I heard that even her father was saying she likes to be an Israelite when it's convenient for her.
Right.
So even her own father called her out on that.
Right.
So
But you will find that it's true of most mixed children. They do tend to 1 minute okay, I'm on this side because it's convenient, and then when it's not convenient, they'll go to the other, and they'll be like, well, there's no way, there's no harm in that.
Yeah, but you can't be for black people and then be locking black people up. So she, as far as I'm concerned, she was never really for black people. She just hung around the right circles that, she hung around the right circles in order to get to where she's at right now.
I agree
She's
with you,
part of
Dave.
she's part of the Boule class.
Yeah.
The Judas class.
Yeah.
It's the Judas class. And guess what? When I will definitely hate to be them when this Exodus kicks off.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
Wait till
yes.
they're in the land. Oh man, people got some rocks for them. I'm gonna find
You talking about when they get to the line?
I'm finding me some shot put folders.
Are you crazy? It's where if they when people start seeing them trying to sneak onto them boats
Oh
or in
yeah,
their
no,
airplane.
they're gonna be cutting that life preserver that they have. They're just gonna leave them out there in the Atlantic. Just go
Yep,
try,
Somebody
try
might
and get
slip
yourself.
something in their food.
they'll leave on them boats, but they may not arrive.
They're not going.
Well, you should do what I said to do. Put out a dinghy and attach it to the back of the boat and let them ride in it all the way.
That's what,
That's what I would do.
Dave, you know how they had Death on the Nile? It's gonna be Massacre on the Atlantic.
Hey, listen, we won't kill them, but they will turn up missing.
They're gonna be floating somewhere.
Give them a kilogram of compass and let them row.
Yep. Sharks are hungry.
They're gonna be asleep. They're gonna be afraid to go to their stateroom.
What stateroom? Please, no. They can ride in the lower decks. In fact, the bow.
They're gonna be on that balcony, right on them little deck chairs.
Mhm.
They're gonna be
Remember,
they're gonna be sitting in the engine room.
Exactly. They'll be working in the engine room.
Man,
they'll be in the cruise quarters.
No, that's too luxurious for them.
Yeah.
no. The crew's gonna be like, "Well, we looking at you. We know who we did. Look, we done told. They'll know what's up. You know that these folks will know. Oh yeah, I see them. That was that one dude that went so hard against us. Oh, that's that one lady that went so hard against us. Yeah, that's that chick right there. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like what's her face? Candice, Don Lemon. Who's the other guy? I've forgotten his name.
I don't know. I kind of have to give Candace, it's kind of like a 50-50 with her.
Right.
Because she tries and then she goes off and she, it's one of those things. It's a little,
She's too contrary for my likings.
yeah, but she
The
does
coonster.
bring us some good stuff. She'll bring us some good stuff and then she'll coon back.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Coon back. Coon back, Candice. Coon back over here.
She's trying to get some banking. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to make some Israelite points. That's what she's trying to do. I'm trying to get my Israelite stock up, so when I have to draw in and spend up some of my coonery. Remember what I said with him? Remember what the things I did with Kanye? Remember this?
No, we don't.
All right. Sorry, it's that lead poison that black folks got exposed to. Our
Exactly.
ain't that
Exactly. We be suffering with forgetfulness. You know how we are.
I had ADHD as a child. You think it got any better as an adult? I don't think so.
Gold makes me remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Hint, hint.
Run them pockets.
Back to that article, what I noticed it's like America show up like they're in a powerful position, but you're weak and you're begging, but yet you're going to try to come with some authority. We're going to bring democracy. Like they're not giving up. It's like it's arrogance. It's like you're begging.
Pride.
You're begging, but you come like you coming with authority, like you in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but when she says democracy, she means she's bringing the
LGBT.
AEIOU people, and sometimes why she's talking about bringing them people over there. That's their form of democracy. That's because Barack Obama tried to do the same thing.
Right.
That's the reason why I didn't trust Slick when he was in the office. I kept trying to tell people, everybody, oh, he's so great. He's the second coming of Jesus Christ. I said, you talking about Slick? I said, listen, if the devil would come to you, he ain't coming like Trump. Trump is a bull in a china shop. If the devil's coming to you, he's gonna come slick, just like him.
Yeah. Do you know what I would? I prefer Trump over him. I know that sounds really weird, but at least you know what you were getting.
Yeah, you know what you're getting with Trump.
Trump had some good points. He had some good points to him.
But
not a lot, but he had some.
He
I
was
agree.
entertaining though. He made me laugh. It was funny.
He it's a lot of things that he was that we a lot of our people that were in the church were angry with him and fighting against him. But I'm saying it's a lot of things, even though he may be a racist, sometimes you got to look at it and say, but right now on this issue, I'm agreeing with him.
Right.
I had
Yeah.
no problem with that. I was telling my wife, I was like, because she's like that, she just, was kind of blindsided. But I'm saying, no, 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 no. He's against like he was against like the shots and stuff like that. He was fighting against
Right.
it was a lot of stuff that I was like, shut up, let them
Right.
fight, let them fight. You
Right.
know,
Mm.
but some our people are so blinded by the Democratic Party that
But
they
they're all racist, though. I don't understand it. Like, I mean, Trump. Look, the only thing that people were mainly upset about was, oh, what's it? I've forgotten. You know, the brothers, the young brothers that he petitioned to get into prison.
Yeah,
You
New
know,
York, the New York.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I'm
the
like, well,
those
put the
teens.
shoe. Yeah, put the shoe on the other foot. Let's say it was, I don't know, whoever was petitioning because your woman turned around and said was crying and saying, oh, he did this, he did that, and everything like that. And would it not be a good thing? I'm not saying it was wise, but at the end of the day, he's standing up for his woman. And it's like, that's the problem that we have. We don't stand up for each other. But obviously when it shows that she was lying and everything, then you you
Right.
have to investigate it and everything.
Right.
That's the only thing people have against him. But look at what Joe Biden did.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
what did Trump really do?
He was fighting
Say
against
some
Yeah.
Alphabet.
The
stuff?
thing is, what laws did Trump make that disenfranchised black people?
Yep.
None.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It was Biden.
Yeah.
Biden's the one that did the crime bill.
Yeah. He was fighting
Exactly.
against the alphabet people. He was saying they teaching your children. I mean, he was talking about like you put your children in school and they teaching them, you know, uh, that a man could be a woman and all. He was going against all those things,
Right.
And I was like, yeah, keep fighting. So I was kind of like, I really don't vote. I don't care, because the Almighty tells us not to get involved in that. But I was saying, I'd rather not Biden. I'd rather him stay in there because some of the things that the Almighty, that's against the Almighty, he was against as well. And that's so I said, I wasn't gonna get involved, but I preferred to leave him. Now Biden come in and look what happened. It went crazy. Everything, all those things that are against the Most High, they have escalated even more. But these things got to happen, I know. But
Mm.
that's how I felt
Yeah.
about it.
But
Mhm.
it's not
Agreed.
just the ideology, though, because U.S. democracy represents what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. It was destabilization of
Right.
those countries. So that is U.S. definition of democracy.
Yes.
Yep.
Destabilization, confusion, and just hatred, bigotry, everything. Everything negative is their version of democracy.
But it was all planned out from the start. They were going to destabilize 7 countries, and a lot of, if you looked at a lot of this, those 7 countries are the ones that got rid of their banks, the central banks. So you go over there, destabilize the country, and install those central banks in there and then to add to consolidate power. And look, the way they went up against North Korea. North Korea got rid of the central banks. They went up against they're going up against Russia now. Russia got rid of their central banks.
Mm.
So every place that didn't have a central bank, that's the places they invaded.
Yep. That's
They
exactly
also,
what happened to what's it called? Sorry, go on.
no, I was saying they also, when they went into Iraq, they destroyed those libraries. It's a
Right.
lot of information that relates to us.
Right.
They
Right.
took that stuff out.
Right.
So the time was coming that we were going to be awakening like we are. And they knocked out a lot of, because that area, a lot went on, and those libraries had a lot in it. They burnt them down. Why would you burn down those libraries?
Yep, they had our
Yes.
military go. They sacked all the temples. They sacked the
Yeah, they
libraries.
did.
They sacked everything. They and from what I heard, they dug up graves and they pulled a graves of particular I think I read an article where they found
Probably our
they
ancestors.
well they found a tomb of Gilgamesh, and they said they dug that up and took it. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I heard
So I
about
mean,
that.
there's a
Nimrod.
lot of stuff that they did. I mean, these people are wicked, man. They are so wicked.
Mhm.
And I think they also captured. There was this story about this. They fought this giant or something,
Yes,
and
Yeah,
they
yeah, I heard that as
probably
well.
captured.
yes,
So,
That was in
but
Afghanistan, wasn't it?
yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yep.
red-haired giant.
but
Interesting.
that's interesting. You said that, brother Bet saw El Yehuda,
Yeah, yeah,
Israel,
Bessel. Yeah.
because Russia has the history of the Israelites, the paintings, and even probably some of the old books too.
I got some of those books.
So
Yeah, that's why they hate Russia.
And
And what
It
Putin
actually is.
said, he stood in front and was like, yeah, look,
yep.
look. And we saw it,
Yeah.
we're like,
What did he
oh,
do? Do
those
you
who have
remember?
eyes to see.
Do you remember when he actually did that? Do you remember? Okay, that was very interesting when he did that. There was a date that he did that. Do y'all
Right.
He
remember
did
that
it
date?
twice, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did it in February,
Right.
Yeah, last year, just
Was
before
it
the
last
war
year,
23rd?
kicked off.
just before the war kicked off.
Right.
Yeah. And then he did it at the end of last year, just before Christmas.
Why do you think that that's happening? I'm telling you, I'm telling you how they're trying to write this book. You got to remember they're writing a story because why? Because they know. Look, there are Gentile nations that are still there when we're in the land. That's how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
There are still Gentile nations that we deal with,
Right.
yep.
and there are Gentile nations that we don't deal with. We're going to be probably dealing with the BRICS nations as the Gentile nations. Do you get what you see what I'm saying? And that in terms of being able to rebuild, coming back together as a people, it's going to be an international community, an international effort. Why does it say that the forces of the Gentiles? Does it say the forces of some Gentiles? No, it's the forces of the Gentiles, as in all Gentiles. Because
Yep.
why? Because whether or not even the Gentile nations that want to participate or not, guess what? They're still on the hook. And guess what? If they're utilizing their resources, and then you also have to understand that they're trying to replenish their resources by what? By free labor. Hey, I had to pay them back because of your transgressions. Now you need to pay me back. Do you all see where how this dynamic is flowing? There's a
Mm.
dynamic to this.
But
Hey, well, we're not. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, you may not want to be servants in the kingdom, but you're going to serve someone else, and who you
You're going to be
serve.
slaves to someone else.
Yes, exactly. Would you rather be a servant or would you rather be enslaved? That's the question that they're going to have to ask themselves.
also, Uncle Karis, even when they fight against Yahushai, maybe some of them might repent because they will they will fear Yahushai. They will see him fighting against all these nations. And the Most High said he would reveal himself physically to all these other nations to know that he's, the living God. So, and that's also another thing too.
Oh yeah, it is exactly. It's a protection mechanism, but there's also a practicality mechanism, right? Hey, if I'm having to pay them, I'm making sure that you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay up too. You're gonna pay up dearly, and they will. That's just how this word goes. They're gonna pay up.
Oh yeah.
and they're going to be mad that they have to pay up, but they'll pay up nevertheless, just the same. But what it comes about, it's when they say, I want to know how are they going to pay up. What's going to be done, because there's going to be support mechanisms that's in place. We're coming out of this, and the nations are going to see we're coming out of this, and the nations are going to be what? Bringing their wealth.
Mhm.
What does that wealth include?
Not to
Maybe
mention all the cities that they destroyed, they have to rebuild as well. So they'll be
bingo,
working really hard.
bingo. To do what? To restore what? The tabernacles of David, the tabernacles of Zion.
Exactly. So one way or another, they're going to restore and repay and repair. You can do it
Yep.
now, or you could do it later when it's hard and it's grueling. But cut your nose to spite your face, or whatever.
Some of those things I think are already. I mean, some of the places that I think will be given to us is already done. Like when I looked at I was looking at South Africa and how
Bro,
it's so
bro,
beautiful and
bro.
they built that up. And it came to my mind. I said, y'all built that up. It's down in what's the city in South Africa that everybody want to go to?
I can't remember the name of it, but you can see in the background, you can see Table Mountain.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And I'm saying
The houses there, man.
yeah, those white people with that, man, they built them beautiful houses. I mean, that is the best of the beauty. And I'm thinking, I say, you know what? Remember our ancestors that said that you went into houses that you did not build. I'm saying though that stuff is gonna, I believe it's going to us, and they may be serving us them. I think some of that stuff is already done,
Well, I was saying this to some. I can't remember if I said this on the chat on
Johannesburg,
Messenger.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I basically said everything that we went through there is happening to them. They're going to be building up um, everything that we had to do. Like they're going to also build houses and not live in it. They're also going to be planting vineyards and not eat thereof. I was even thinking about, the map that girl was talking about on Tail Ministries website, and it kind of shows how they're all herding. China, China and what's his face, the gates of hell has bought land in the center, and I'm thinking that's where a lot of the FEMA camps are. And it's like all around, it's this war. Remember, they were talking about the war. We need a war. Yeah, you've got your war. Be careful what comes out of your mouth. So now you've got all these things that are happening, these so-called natural disasters that are happening around them, and people are starting to be herded. And as they're going into that center, they've either got, they're going to be put into FEMA camps. And they're also, I kind of feel like, what if you've got the Chinese that have had Chinese and Russians coming over the border. So you've got military. We know that they're building, they brought up farmland around the US military sites and everything, bases. So it's like they're keeping their eyes on them. They've got their military personnel coming in. You've now got assets where you've got workers who you can herd into the center of America. You can put them in FEMA camps and you can get them to work, build up and plant vineyards where they're not eating. They get to ship it back to China for their people, and these people have to eat their little replicated food, just like in Star Trek and everything. And it's like, for me, I'm just seeing it as this is something that, like it where it says, and all these curses that were on you are going to be on your enemies and on those who hated you and persecuted you. Like, you people are going to literally, if you're not going to be servants to us, and being a servant to us is just being an employee, you get to live better than what you're living. The scripture shows that when Israel came out of Egypt the first time, even the strangers amongst them still got land, and they had access to resources.
Yes,
Yep.
Exactly. So they were living better. They would probably, when they come with us, the
Yeah,
righteous that come with
Ezekiel
us.
47 and verse 22 says that, sister,
Oh
for
man,
everybody.
oh
Exactly.
Yeah.
man, the camps hate that. Camps hate that. Well,
Yeah.
Gentiles get stuff. Yeah, actually they do.
And
Yeah.
They do.
not
So
just that. Oh, I
Yeah,
no,
was
I was
go
just
just
ahead.
going
gonna
to
say,
quickly say,
yeah.
I was just going to finish off. What I'm saying is that the righteous amongst them who come with us will be living a better life than what they're living here. Not only will you be having your own little bit of land to grow your own fruits and vegetables and living in good housing and everything, you like better than middle class. You'll also be breathing fresh, clean air, drinking fresh, clean
Mm-hmm.
water and everything. You will not want for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to have no agendas or anything. Everything will be righteous. So either choose that or be like, bits of body parts in a jar somewhere.
Now, just like Dave Chappelle says, come on down here and get these Negro lessons.
Yeah. So Rohan, I'll cut you off. Do you want to say what you were saying?
I was gonna say, even when in the time period when King Solomon was righteous and was following the commandments of the Most High, even the servants were happy in that time period too.
Yeah.
Exactly. You even have to look at Abraham's servant, even to the point where Abraham was even going to give his servant, the inheritance pass on. And the Most High said, no, it's not for him. But his servants were rich. Come on, man. But you hate us so much that you would rather pass off pass up that beautiful, wonderful life because we've never done anything to any of them. We've never mistreated them. We've never done anything to them. We've always looked after them. Now we're like, okay, we're done with you people. The righteous amongst them get it and they're like, we're going to cleave to you. But you hate us that much that you would rather be enslaved to people who might look like you, have a certain tone like you, but they don't have, they're even worse than you. They're going to be treat you worse. The scripture says double, double. So everything that you try to hide of your history that you did to us,
Mhm.
when you go and look and see what you did, add another 400 plus years onto that, plus all the intensity of what you did to us is going to come on you. But our judgment suited us as who we were. Your judgment is going to suit you according to who you are. You love money so much, you're going to be deprived of that.
Yeah. Yep.
And this beast system, this marketer beast system, man, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah.
They have no idea what's coming for them.
Yeah. Sister Chantel, to I guess to confirm what you're saying is that it's so true because the word says that Abba loves justice. He's just he loves justice. And so it would not be justice. And if he loves it, he's gonna get it. It wouldn't be justice for them to just walk away. You know what I mean? With all they have done and all the things that they are still doing and their ancestors have done, they gotta get what was coming to them so the father can carry out what he is. He is justice. And so I can see I like I was just thinking, like some of them are now sitting on high right now, like I said, them houses down there in South Africa. I'm just using that for an example. I looked and there were piles of hills that a guy was showing, and so the guy was filming and he said, asked the person that lived there, what are those big mounds up there, and he said that's where they dug up the gold mines and they just left it as rubble. And then all the people that live in that area where they took all the gold and diamonds out, the people that live there, they're like living in what they call government housing with no running water. They got to go and to an area to get water, and they're living in like rusting tin little houses. It's pretty bad. But these people are living in the hills after they took all that. So I think that those people that's living there, and the people and some of the people are our people. They're Israelites. They're going to have those houses and those hills, and those people who are living in it may be their servants. I just believe that's going to happen.
Oh, most definitely.
But
Especially the ones that don't want to leave. Sorry, Brother Rohan.
I was gonna say the Most High is also gonna bring justice to even because these are the sins of my ancestors, the Elamites and the Medes, who also not only my ancestors were killing each other, but they were also persecuting the Ethiopian Kushite remnant that's still in South India, in parts of Tamil Nadu as well, and then also the oppression of the Australian Aborigines, and then also what happened in Rwanda as well. I think the Most High is also gonna have records of that as well, and that's the that's well part of the Indian one is the judgment on my nation, and I do think, and I've looked in. I think Moab is the Hutu people in Rwanda. There is going to be judgment on Moab as well, and I see that connection with Moab, Rwanda, and it was in our face too in the Netflix shows. But there's going to be accountability for the Ethiopian remnant that have been persecuted in some parts of the world as well.
I think everybody's going to get paid back double what they put out. You know, and justly so. The Jesus and the Lord put out rules on how the thing should be governed, and to stray from that means it's a transgression. And you know what I say, transgression is the mother of all screw ups. There's a reason why he wanted us to have the 10 Commandments. It was the reason why he wanted us to have the dietary laws. It was the reason why he put all these things, is because when you stray from that, you start to transgress. And this is the stuff that happens, and of course everything has to balance itself out. You do this, there's a judgment against you. Satan could go to the Lord and say, hey, your boy over here doing this, that, and the other. I want a piece of him. He gets access if the Lord allows it. People don't understand that.
Mm.
That cause and effect. You do something. What's the effect of what you did? Was it unjust? We have to be careful how we engage each other. We have to be careful the path we walk. We have to be very careful because there's consequences, and a lot of people don't want to think about them consequences.
And yeah, Brother Dave, to add on to that, just as we have Brother Rohan up in here, there's going to be a lot more Gentiles than what people think. That's going to be coming on over. You have to understand, there's a difference between a righteous Gentile and a heathen.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
There's a difference. There's a difference between the stranger and the heathen. The strangers are going to be coming. They're going to be coming. The heathens are going to be the ones staying behind. Y'all won't see the heathens. We don't know who the heathens are pretty
or
easily.
trying to hitch on, and then trying to take over, and those are the ones that are going to get sold to the Sabaeans.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to try and fake the funk. No, you're right. They're going to try and fake the funk. Man, I can't stand this.
Oh, we can't stand you. Get out, Sabaeans. Come get your man. That's how it's going to be. Like some will just have to get sold, and then you lot will turn around and say, "Oh, this is the only way they're going to actually understand what it was like." And then we can turn around and say, well, why don't you just get over it?
Yeah.
Well, after that 800 to 1,000
years. It happened
years,
5 minutes ago. Get over it. You got sold. Get over it. I just sold you. Get over it. It was 5 minutes ago. Come on, get over it now.
Well, we'll have this conversation at 800 to 1,000 years from now, and then we'll have a coming to Jesus moment and sit down and tell them Did you learn anything through your captivity?
No, they didn't, because they're going to come and try and snake us. So
Yep.
no.
Mm.
That's a perpetual evil.
Yeah, but I just look at it like this. At this time frame right now, like I said, there's going to be a mechanism for us to leave. There's going to be a
I'd be glad
mechanism.
to see that.
And we look. The thing is, do you really want to have that mechanism pulled out prematurely, so then everybody can try and jump on? Because you know how this happens in America. If something was meant for us, they'll jump back. They'll jump on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yep.
I'd
And
love
be
to
the
see
first and
them
be right there in the front of the
try
line.
to hijack this.
You're being too divisive.
But
This
it's
is
the
for
truth.
Israel. You're being
But you,
divisive. You're
but
supposed to
it's
love
the truth.
us.
But it's the truth. The very first thing, if let's just say, if the African Union, if they were to say, hey, we have to have some sustainment for our people. We're not trying to see our people get genocide during this um, during issues, right? Well, we'll have this or we'll have that for them. We'll have this corridor. Like I told you, these corridors are coming. Y'all just didn't think that it was going to start happening very this soon. What happens when things shut down and people can't eat? Because why? Because there's no grocery stores, because no bills are being paid.
They'll start eating each other.
Do
I
you get
hope
what I'm
not.
telling you? Do you get what I'm saying? No. But things will become very, very expensive, and things will not be the eh, there won't be the resources there. Besides what? Besides trying to get on out.
Yep.
How
Yeah.
will that mechanism go? How will that? It'll be the same thing. I told you, it'll probably be the same thing and even more with these airports coming to these major cities. Hey, we need to bring these people back. They applied for this. They did this. This is what they have. Who are you? Well, I'm just want to come on my own. Who do you know? I don't know anybody. They're going to be telling these to these Gentile folks.
Hmm.
You can't get on here. It's only for descendants of Africa. They have it. They literally have the wording. Check out the 60th
Oh,
floor if you want to get your digital passport. They literally show it.
can you hear the Karens right now?
Yeah.
Can you hear the
Because
Karens and the
well,
Darrens?
because you want to know why? Because you got to remember, if your dollar is then so um, poorly devalued, then guess what you're doing? You are stuck. Did we not
Hmm.
just read that Isaiah 24:10? They were talking about this. That was literally what your 15-minute cities, because your dollar is so devalued you can't even travel.
Right.
But Karis, I don't think it's just because of the dollar being devalued. I think they will also be devalued because everywhere they go, I mean, a lot of places do not like Americans, especially white
Well,
Americans. They
well,
just don't like.
well, and now, yes, you're understanding. That's not just a worldwide. It is a global fall off. Well, what happens to those folks that are in South Africa? Oh, they're in trouble.
Yep.
Because
They
why?
are.
Who do they count on? Who do they count on? Well, they count on the system
Right.
that's in
Hmm.
play to do what? To keep everybody protected. Why do you
Right.
think? Look, you got to understand. Why do you think Kamala's doing this? Because she has to say, "Don't mess with our people." Who's our people? White folks.
Hmm.
What are you going to do about it? Well, we can't do anything about it because why? Because we're getting ready to slide off into this oblivion.
She's so
Because
deluded.
that's
They all are.
Here's
you
the
get what I'm
thing.
saying. But that's the
If
plan.
Yeah, if things were going down this now as it were years ago, They'd have done every African country the same as what they did to Zimbabwe, but they haven't got the power nor the resources to do it.
To do
And
it.
this shows that
Exactly. They
they're
would have done that to South Africa. They were trying to say South Africa is going to get
Mm.
sanctioned. South Africa's like, no, we're not.
Exactly.
They had that like literally 6 months ago. Oh, you're doing BRICS, you're going to get sanctioned. They literally were trying to talk about this mess 2 weeks ago. Oh, you had the China and Russia with in your military thing. You're going to get sanctioned. They're like, you ain't doing nothing to us.
All bark and no bite.
Because why? They
Man,
don't have power anymore. This you understand? This is the last vestige. And when the countries see, oh, they don't have power anymore, man, let me take my money out of there. Because why? Because I hold their bonds as a debt for if I'm in trouble. And if I'm in trouble, guess what? They're not going to be able to help me because the hammer of the whole world is no longer the hammer.
Right.
Does that make sense?
yeah, yep, it does. I don't know if I have a feeling, but I just have a feeling that maybe Julius Malema might be president. I don't know, but I might be wrong. But he seems like
I'm
a
feeling
light
the
to
same thing, bro.
change things up in South Africa. So
And he will give them a short time to leave as well because he knows he's Israel. He said that. He's from the descendants of Mushi.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, Ramaphosa gotta go.
And Curious was talking
Oh,
about the
yeah.
value of the U.S. bond. China has been doing a derivative swap for the last, I don't know how many years, with the IMF's SDR for the American bond. So that's very interesting. They've been offloading their American debt.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to understand. People are like, "Oh, we'll never go to war with China. China, they do too much business with us." No, they don't. China does business with everyone else throughout the world, and invariably they do business with Europe through Russia, through Turkey, through the Central Asian states, through India
Yep.
and Africa. They've been preparing for this. Why do you think they're talking? They're talking slick now to the United States. Because why? Well, now they have the money to, now they positioned themselves. Man, we're not tied into the system anymore. We're out of this thing. When Walker said 6 days left, I don't know. When Walker, I don't know, man. I told you. I said things are going to start getting real hairy by the end of April, May this year.
Right.
And
Mm.
does that sound? I mean, it doesn't sound too far off, does it?
No, I
It
showed it
doesn't
down,
sound like
bro.
it's a foregone conclusion, does it? Because y'all don't really understand how bad things can happen overnight.
Right.
I understand that, man. I got everything inventoried. I got my little North Face hiking boots on. If I need to get up into these swamps and I need to stay off there, I got everything open. I got my sidearm. I got my long weapon. I got everything. I got my knives. I got it all.
Wow.
And in case things have to pop off, and then guess what? When I make it to where I need to make it to, then guess what? I'm not expecting to bring that stuff to me in the continent. I need this is my god. My steel is my god. I need. I'm gonna miss the smell of the gunpowder. Ugh. Come
That's
on.
bloodthirstiness, man.
Yeah, this stuff is
Yeah,
real. This is real.
you get what I'm saying?
Mm.
Look, y'all. And
Yeah, I've
do you know
got
how
a
long?
pair of
Do you
brand
know
new
how long it
Magnums
takes?
in my loft as well.
Do
Got
you
a
know
pair
how
of
long it
what?
takes for?
Brand new Magnums. They're the military boots, British
Oh, you talking
boots.
about boots? Oh, I was like, oh, ASAP.
Ah,
You said Magnums. I said, oh man, what is he getting ready to
ASAP bringing out the big guns.
I was gonna say, like, how over here? Because yeah, we don't have whip. No,
they don't allow us guns over here.
nope.
Well, when people can't get into them bank, if they keep shutting down the banks and people can't get their money, it's going to be chaos and it's going to be some gunfire.
Yeah, y'all better sharpen them knives over
Be some
there.
gunfire because people are going to try to take from other people.
There are
And
other
can you,
alternatives to using a gun, believe me.
We
Over
got the
here, they're very
safeguarding
imaginative.
tools from
Oh
slavery
yeah,
that
we
were
already
very
got Brother
effective.
Asaph with the magnums. No.
A boot will work. You'd be surprised the power behind it.
I mean, can you imagine um, when it do hit the fan, people not able to get their money? Can you imagine the policeman out there thinking like, why am I putting my life on the line and I'm not even getting paid?
Right,
Or not, I can't get my money. Let me go home and take care of my family.
right.
It's gonna be chaos, Brand. It's gonna be chaos, and I would hate to be in the inner cities at that time.
Yep,
Yeah.
you're right.
I like to
Because
be
these ain't
with
going to
That's
be protecting nothing.
Journey with us.
exactly. They say every man for himself.
With the couple
Yep.
Journey with us, what they're doing is beautiful. I'm like, man, y'all doing what's right. You know,
Yeah.
I know that.
Carries, when you said April, man, I mean that's not far fetched, bro. I'm serious. That is not far fetched.
Because y'all weren't, yeah, y'all were like, oh, it's gonna be next year. I'm like, wait till stuff starts collapsing. Because I
Yep.
was already look, I told you, man. Listen, as many as people try to have their doctorates in theology and things of that nature, man, that's all fine and good. That's all said and dandy. But let me tell you, I have the real theological doctorate. I have the real theological. I'm going for my real theological doctorate. That's business. That's money. Because when you understand how their God rules in business, then you understand how we get out of captivity.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? That's the real
Yeah.
deal. I mean, that's the real deal. And I see the warning signs all over the place. I mean, what I basically read is I read Wall Street Journal, I read Financial Times, I
The
read
Wall Street
Forbes.
Urinal.
Yeah, well, but I also read a lot of other academic.
Don't make Karis
Yeah,
have to explain himself. Leave him.
I'm sorry.
but I also
Continue,
read a lot
Karis,
of
please.
but I also read a lot of academic journals and academic papers. You know that it goes over the details. It goes over. You know, there's so much stuff that's in my brain right now. I wish I could even tell you. Some things I'm not even allowed to tell you. So technically, I can't even tell you it. But I've seen the warning on the sign or the warning. I looked at the warnings.
Dave, grab him and hold his feet to the flame. He'll speak. We'll get him to
No,
talk.
I'll talk when we're out of captivity. I'll talk when we're out of captivity.
There's
There's
some
a lot
things
of
that we don't need to know anyway.
yeah. There's some things y'all just don't need to know. It's scary. It's scary stuff. It's scary. No,
I don't
but
scare
you
that
all see it.
easily.
But you all seeing it. You all see it coming to pass now because that's what it is. That's where this thing has always been. But when I look at these things and I see, okay, if this is a mechanism here, look, the mechanism for greed never really works well.
Mhm.
I want to keep greed and I want to increase the greed because the greed is going to be done by the government providing PPPs. How well did that work? It didn't work well.
Nope.
Well, the government's going to provide bailouts. How well did that work? It didn't work well. They're going to look, even when they bailed out everything yesterday, now it's not working so well today.
Right.
Mm.
Do you get what I'm saying? Look at what the markets are looking like. You know what I'm saying? You can
You
see
know,
that. Matter of fact, they don't even want to show you the markets because you want to know
I
why?
just had a quick
Because
peek at the US dollar futures against the Japanese yen.
oh
And
dear.
yeah,
and the US dollar is projected to fall about 20, 30, 40 points.
Wow.
yep.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I thought that yesterday that we were going to go down. I think who did I say? Who was I talking to? I think I may have been talking to my mom or my brother. I said just right now it took about a 10 point or 10% hit. Which it did. It took about a 10% hit. And now that those hits are still rolling just over this weekend. You think it's gonna be? You think it's we're in a good ride? Oh no, it's absolutely bumpy. Because why? No mortgages are gonna be. Look, they already said Moody's done downgraded all the lenders, all the U.S. lenders. Why? Because who wants to borrow money? That's crap money.
Mm. I wonder what it's
We
going
were
to
just
look like
talking
in
about.
2 weeks from now.
I don't even want to know what it's gonna look like in 2 weeks. But I told you, I'm praying that them planes start coming. I'm praying that we start hearing some press releases from the African Union talk about there is a plan to help our African brothers and sisters in the diaspora, and particularly America. That's what I'm praying. That's what I'm
Redacted
Well,
will
praying.
be
right
I'm
now,
wanting.
right
Redacted will be
now,
wanting
Harold,
their passports.
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
the US dollar Japan against the Japanese yen on the 4 hour chart because I used to trade. It's projected to drop 10 points today.
Wow.
Yep.
So that's 20
Mm.
points from yesterday and today.
Yep.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Because now you
redacted
understand.
chick.
Yeah, it's a precipitous fall. That's what I was trying to tell people. And when this thing falls and the dollar has no wealth, what you gonna do? What you gonna look? And I'm not trying to be here a fear mongering and stuff like that because we won't really see it internally. But it's gonna hurt when you're trying to travel internationally.
Yeah, and when you're going to try to buy goods as well,
Mm.
Yeah,
you're going to have a serious inflation problem.
Yep.
Well, we
yeah.
all are going to have it.
Well, the inflation problems just got worse. Because why? They weren't keeping up with it. The debt is gone. The debt killed this place. Now we're just in a zombie mode. It's really dead things walking. Where are you gonna put your money at? I was waiting for the ADDI, and that nothing really happened on that. That was supposed to be a cryptocurrency type of a venture, but it never got off the ground, unfortunately. I think, to be honest, we're just gonna have to sit here and
Yep.
we're just going to be praying for the Most High to give us a way on out, like the last time out of Egypt. Because what are you going to
Mm.
do? You just got to sit.
Yep.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
just how it's going to go.
when Jacoba directed our attention to the poll that Redacted had, I went on there, and I went to check out the comment section. My gosh, they were like, a lot of them were saying, well, we need to we need to receive reparations and blah blah. And I'm like, why? You had everything given to you. Your ancestors worked for free. I mean, not sorry. Your ancestors forced us to work for free. They built your whole infrastructure. Everything you have was built on the backs, and they are in denial as to. They were like, one person said to somebody else, how exactly? I think it was a native Indian said, no, actually, you need to pay them, and in any case, it's your government that's going to be paying them. They owe this by the fact that they never got paid. And then somebody says, so if my grandfather didn't get paid properly, then I'm entitled to that. That's the stupidness of them. But they really cannot see it. How we deserve to get paid, they really can't see it. But yet they, with their same mouth and the same few brain cells that are floating around in their head, will turn around and say, well, we deserve to get reparations because of the fact that we're paying for this war, which we don't want, and the fact that what they've done to the country, the whole, the thing that will not be spoken. We need to get reparations for that. I'm like, wow, you people. And this is exactly what Sister Gates Holder was saying. They are so reprobate that they cannot think beyond their own greed.
Right.
They are filthy greedy. They are so absolutely disgusting. If I was part of their community, I would feel absolutely ashamed. I would
Yeah,
feel
exactly.
ashamed.
Mind Pride
Mm.
already said it. Look, They got paid already.
Mhm.
I'm sorry that they don't squandered and wasted their money in stocks and bonds that they put their trust in. They put their trust in that, and remember, it didn't pay out the way that they wanted it. Because remember, everybody had to take their money out in 2020 to get them, out of that burden. Oh, they got paid, and now they're in trouble.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, it is
I
what
And
it
really
I,
is.
truly want to. I want to hear the conversation this time by the end of the week or the beginning of next week. That's what I really want
Man,
to hear.
you get what I'm saying? Listen, what did I say yesterday? I said
Yeah,
this week is going to be crazy. What did I say on Thursday? I
yeah.
said this week is going. I said next week is going to look
oh
real
my gosh, it's
crazy,
only
family.
Tuesday, isn't it?
It's only
Hmm.
Tuesday. That's what I'm
It
saying,
Right.
yo.
feels
We
like
don't even.
Thursday.
I don't even know if I'm going to be employed by the end of this week. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying the same thing. It's like, well, what's the purpose? I mean, money's no good. I mean, the dollar's dropping. What is the purpose of me getting up and wasting gas to go to this particular place? I mean, man, I just really want to hear the conversation next week compared to
Yeah,
this day. That's
yeah.
gonna be something
Oh,
else.
That's
no,
well,
no,
Once
no,
that's why
no,
I
no.
said,
You
once
what's
it
it
gotta.
going to be
once
like
it
in
I'm
2 weeks?
gonna tell you what
once
next
it
week is
gets
gonna be.
to
Next
a
week is gonna be all out
125
war.
yen to the US dollar, it's game over. Kiss
No,
your 401k and everything you got goodbye.
bye. Hmm.
Yep,
Mhm.
All your
you're right.
retirement, all your savings, it's all wiped
And it's
out in one fell
projected to
swoop.
get to go there
Yep.
right now on the 4 hour chart. It's going to go up a little bit first. That's a bull. They call that a bull trap. It's going to go up first for people to feel good because of all this fake money going into the bailouts. But that's when the trap is going to be sprung, and then it's going to collapse.
I told my sister and them to cash out and don't buy a house here. Buy land in Africa. I told them this like a year ago, 6 months ago. And they're gonna be like, damn, he was right.
Anybody that took out a mortgage in the last few, like maybe what, 2, 3 years,
Yeah.
four
They're
years
screwed.
even. Oh
They're
my
done.
gosh.
They're done. Their house is gonna get boarded up.
Even
It's
in the
done.
last year.
Well, mine will be boarded up and mine's paid off. Man,
I like that.
There you go.
It's all the push to these 15-minute cities because now they can't go to the rural areas because it's all being poisoned, water's being
Mm,
poisoned, and all of that. They know about the creating the own gardens thing because they have been harassing the Amish
Right.
on like not selling their like produce to the public.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that as well. It's really bad what they did to them. Like, oh my gosh, they had the FBI come round and start killing their animals and everything. It was like, wow. I'm like, you do this to white people? Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they did it to their own folks. It's like, oh man.
he starts
Oh,
That's
showing
we in
why I
that
trouble
beast
said if
now.
they,
mentality.
yeah, that's why we said if they're not killing us, they will do it. They've been doing this before they started on us. They did it to themselves.
Think
You
about
know.
this. Think about this. They were willing to sacrifice all those people on the Titanic just to get to a few people
Yep.
Mm,
Exactly.
going against the central bank.
Hmm.
They
Yep.
were willing to take down buildings to further their political and international plans.
Right.
And best
yes.
believe that folks got paid on that stuff.
Right.
I mean, the owner of the building increased his insurance policy to,
Yep.
yeah,
Hmm.
a couple months before it happened. I mean, these people are maniacal. They are
yeah.
maniacal. They are definitely their father's children because
Yep.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
Definitely.
no one of the
You,
Most High can think like this.
you can't
okay.
talk
Let me
about Theodore Herzl's diary without getting banned.
let me address this with Lion Pride because I'm telling you, this is actually what's going to start happening nationwide. This is what's happening. Okay. And it says here, Covenant Awakens next Monday. My company has a scheduled WebEx meeting for all the employees. I work for the leading maker of jumbo civilian American airplanes. So chances are, and I look at jumbo civilian airplanes. I look at Boeing, right? I think about I don't know if Northrop Grumman makes airplanes, but I definitely think about Airbus. Airbus is that's UK, but I definitely think of Boeing firsthand. And you have to understand if that's global, which means globally speaking, there's issues there. There's issues abound. And see, that's the crazy thing. What will happen next Monday?
Hmm.
Will they even get to next Monday? You all get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
You don't
Mm,
need a
mm.
PhD in organizational behavior and AI and HR to understand the repercussions of such a meeting.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
was being very diplomatic when I said, let's see what happens in 2 weeks. 2 weeks is like the maximum. But the way things are going, ugh.
No, we're looking
That's
at
why I said it
hours.
feels like,
This is Yeah, you,
Yep.
you got to understand money moves quickly. We're looking at
mm,
hours, and when money moves quickly, you got to remember people are making contingency plans. Worst case scenario, they're looking at worst case scenario. How quickly can I move my money in the next 48 to 72 hours? Right?
Yep.
What banks are going to be on out there
Hmm.
that I can get to? What's the liquidity looking like that I can start making some sort of minimum, trades or transactions to get
that's
to where
interesting question, though. What banks are going to be out there?
Yeah, there's obviously going to be international banks that are on out there that would be able to handle this.
Mm,
However, there's not going to be that many. Do you get what I'm telling you?
mm.
Hmm.
And you may have to go to some smaller firms. You may have to go to smaller firms if they have reached, to the continent, right? You may have to go to those
Credit
smaller
union.
banks. Yeah, our credit unions are going to be dismantled because credit unions feed up to the larger banks.
Mm.
They'll be totally dismantled.
Wow.
Wow.
But you get what I'm saying. There's a lot of there's a lot of things that we really don't take into account, which is fine. That's okay because we haven't had to deal with this. But I've been looking at this for a while. This is for me. This is a Super Bowl for me. Oh man, I've been having this. Yeah, I was thinking about this. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that. you
Mm.
know but it is where we're at in this time frame because the system is here because the system is able to try to prolong itself. It wasn't designed to be like a 1929 crash. The crash wasn't
Mm.
designed to happen overnight. The crash this time was designed to be done um in an order and a fashion that was always going to take a few days. But you just have to understand the large, like we're probably talking about trillions and trillions, probably quadrillions, septillions of transactions are happening worldwide.
Hmm.
That, do you understand, it could literally collapse the
I
process
haven't.
because I got something from I want to shout her on out, 1619 Brood, and there was an email that she sent me yesterday, and she was saying on one of her things that the transactions of what they had. Oh, Bitcoin just hit 25,000. Oh yeah, Bitcoin's rising. Yep. So they're pushing into a crypto safe haven. That's what they're trying to push it into. Or if you can't get into a crypto safe haven, or if you can do better than a crypto safe haven, you could do what? Go to probably a bank outside the country, unfortunately. You
Yeah,
know, but
crypto was at
I have
20,000.
at 25.
No, I
25.
mean, just yesterday was 20.
Yeah,
Just
that's what I'm
yesterday.
saying.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're pushing it into there. Yeah, yeah, for
I have
Bitcoin.
Wow.
an interesting question for you, Karis. You see the Chinese when they were buying land in America, like farmland and stuff. What methods were they using? Were they
Oh, well, here in America, you have real estate investment trust.
okay? Because
Yeah,
I was, mm,
yeah, it's called real estate investment trust. So it's really just shell corporations or shell organizations that
Hmm.
an American citizen has. They probably are third or fourth generation, from China, right? So they're still full American citizens, but they just still identify as heavily Chinese. We had that with Chinatown, things of that nature, and that's what they do. Look, hey, I deal with this. I buy up properties for this, and that's their mechanisms. And then when they
yeah,
find
because
out who's who
I
actually
went.
I
is
posted the
main, what's that?
I posted the chart projection by their own analysts in the chat for those who want to have a look at it. You don't need to
Okay,
Yeah.
be a financial specialist to see where the charts are going.
Well, but
yeah,
Karis, what you were saying is basically what I really saying. Everybody is going to start taking their, and probably already had taking their money out of the bank because of fear, because the banks, several banks have collapsed. So now the banks are not going to be able to sustain because themselves because people are getting their money before they can get their money. So all of it's going to
Hmm.
be I think it's going to be a rippling effect really soon of the banks collapsing because they won't have the money. People coming in and get their money.
Oh yeah, the
Well, they're getting
contagion
their
is
money
really big.
online. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Shoot, don't get me to line, man. I was
yeah.
looking about moving some stuff over after this broadcast.
And
no,
Let me
another
put a
thing
few
is,
nickels away. You know what I'm saying? Let me put a
yeah,
few of these nickels away. Man,
yeah.
rainy day
Um,
operation here before my little bit of change is only worth a little bit of change. Worth pocket
Yeah.
lint.
go on, Rowan. I would ask after you, Rowan. Go on.
Another thing I was gonna mention was that this is definitely going to be worse than the Great Depression because in during
Mm,
this pandemic, all those safety nets like the Social Security, welfare, they took all of that money to spend on this like pandemic.
For
Hmm.
sure.
So so that's the other thing too. So this is going to be worse than that Great Depression.
people are going to start boiling up their belts again.
You're gonna see
Uh,
Gentiles jumping out of windows like 1929.
we said that in the chat earlier. At the
Yeah, they're
beginning of
going
this
to do that.
broadcast, we did actually say that. I can't remember who. I think it was Coco G who is it? There's somebody else who was saying that. But the other question I was going to ask was what currency did they use in order to do this transaction? Like, because if people are still using US dollars to buy and sell with America, or are they using something else, another currency?
It's not only the American currency; it's all currencies that are in problems.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
know. I'm just curious as to the land because for me, it's like I find it completely ridiculous that you would sell something that is worth more than currency. Even land, I wouldn't even sell land for pieces of gold because you can always reproduce on that land, but once you sell it, it's gone and you're still
Hmm.
on that land. Why would you do that? I mean, I know why they did it, but still, it's just for some of these Gentiles to actually wake up and realize you don't even really fully own your country anymore.
Hmm.
So it's like,
And
where are you going to go?
Right.
Well, they no,
But you
you
never
got to
owned it to
understand.
begin with anyway. It wasn't yours to begin
Bingo,
with.
bingo. They were already just the whole reality of when they came to this land. They didn't understand that they have their, romanticized. Oh, we went through Ellis Island. We went through this. We went through that. Right? They had this notion that they romanticized, and what they really didn't understand was, generationally speaking, they're not going to go back to Europe
Nope.
because
No,
Europe was never going to take them back.
Nope.
no, Dave.
So what they really didn't. So what they really didn't understand was this was really the trap, right? This was the fly ointment that the fly got trapped in. Oh,
Mm.
you want to be greedy, and you see how they're living. Well, come on over. Cause why? Cause then you're gonna have to live the same way in a few generations. Well, I want to get
Well,
back. I
remember,
want
they're
to get back.
Israel, especially according to the church, they're Israel. So the next step would be you guys have apostatized. So you get to go through all the curses that we went through because you're
Hmm.
Israel. It's
Israel, right? Yeah.
prophesied.
This is their promised land. They made it to their promised land. Now they're going to enjoy their promised land in captivity. And that's what it
Hmm.
is. This land is literally it's their captivity. First it was captivity for us, and then it will be captivity for them. Nobody won't
No
want to come
final
here.
exodus.
It'll be like how they literally treated the what it was it. Like they treated the Eastern Europeans back in the day. Nobody wanted to visit Europe or those Eastern European countries back in the
Hmm.
80s and 90s. They only visited those
No.
Eastern European countries to do what?
War
To make
correspondence.
yeah, to make videos about how bad they need food and water and things of that nature, or
But they never made, they
or
always
for a
made out like
topic
Africa
chosen.
was,
Yeah, they did that, but also in Eastern Europe, they did that too. Those Eastern European countries, those former
mm,
Soviet states, that's what they did. Hey, you can adopt this child. This child
They
needs
did it.
help.
They did it to India too. So
Hmm.
yeah.
And what do you
And
think
what
that
do you think?
they're
Yeah.
gonna? Eric Tinsley said, "What do you think is going to happen to those of us who have pensions,
Oh well,
Or
Eric.
you think it's a
pension
goodbye?
funds?"
I'm not looking forward to my pension, and I haven't got too long to go either. But I don't think I'm going to get it.
I
Right.
got a
Eric.
pension going, and I think it's gone.
Yeah.
I'm getting it's
Eric,
gone.
we're gonna see how by the end of the week how everything goes. We all on the same boat, buddy. We praying,
Yeah,
brother. We all on the same boat.
Well, you know what the situation was over or is over here with the UK pension scheme. It's like I don't think it really exists anymore. They're trying to protect it by using the banks, the Bank of England, but I don't know, man.
I think in Detroit, didn't they go bankrupt and then they didn't pay the people their pensions over in Detroit? I mean, this has been
Mhm.
done, and I
I
believe
heard about that. Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna
Mhm.
be I mean, I got a pension, my wife got a pension, and I was telling her a while ago, I just kept telling her these pensions are gonna be gone. So
Yeah,
my
they can't honor it. They won't be able to honor the pension. All of that will be it'll be gone. It'll be insolvent. If somebody does pick it on up, they pick it up for pennies on the dollar, which means then they'll pay you the pennies on the dollar. And that
Wow.
and that becomes, yeah, that's how the insurance goes. It's how annuities go. Because they're not going to just, well, let me take a loss so I can help out my fellow man. No, yeah, right.
Mm.
Yeah, right.
but guess
No,
what? It's a
look.
rippling effect because I'm not paying anything once my pension is gone. I'm not gonna
Well,
try
yeah,
to pay
and
anything.
that's the whole exactly, and that's what they are counting on.
Right.
They're counting on that ripple effect. That's why it wasn't going to be a matter of the stock market crashed and everything crashed in a matter of days, and hours like they had back in the 1920s. This was going to be over right now a matter of, I would say, at least 3 or 4 weeks. But you have to understand, as that's all happening, they're going to have to break out for war. See, I look at this. This may be that black swan event, or whatever event that they want to call it. But this is that event that they have to do to break out for war. Because why?
Mm.
Because that's what
War
happens.
hides
You
everything.
don't have people. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's bad news. Well, it's even worse news.
It's a
Man,
distraction and it
are you
hides
kidding?
everything.
Yes, man. Yeah, that. Yeah, see Dow Jones. So they're pumping into the stock market artificially. They're pumping in because you want to know why? Because here's the thing. It's all fake money. It's all fake.
We don't
And
want
that's
your funny
exactly
money.
what I said. We're in a pump and dump.
Monopoly
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, well, and that's what it is. It's fake money until somebody or something declares, and they're gonna say, "Oh, well, inflation is bad because nobody's buying our bills." Oh, uh-oh, then everything will crash because nobody's
Mm-mm.
believing in the fake money. You have to have the optics, and that's the optics. That's what I began with over 4 hours ago. It's the optics. It's the illusion. And now the illusion is now becoming people are being disillusioned with the illusion. They're not trusting it anymore.
Um,
Mm.
So are they gonna bring back the barter and trade system?
Well, I mean, you probably more than likely you may have to. You may have to
Right.
work for you may have to work for your food. You get what I'm saying? You may have to pick a few, like for me, you may have to pick a few bushels of oranges. You know, if you don't have
yeah.
if you don't have the gold on you, you know what I'm saying. If you don't have the gold, I have just a little bit of gold to make
Uh,
it on over to where I need to go.
Right.
See, these rappers, everybody was cussing them, but look who's laughing now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're wearing their wealth on their neck. That's literally what it's going to be. Hey, how much? It's going to be 6 chains to get across the Atlantic. All right.
Right. Right.
They knew something. But why do you think that the rest that the media was making fun of them and because they didn't want us to catch on to the fact that actually get yourself some gold. Get yourself, even if you get yourself a few chains, but no.
Actually, you ain't even got to buy
or
gold. All you
silver.
just buy silver. I think
Yeah.
silver's going
Exactly.
to skyrocket. Silver's going to be the next thing to skyrocket.
Yeah, because gold is just, yeah.
No, gold will go up. Gold's going to go up, but I think silver is going to surprise a lot of people.
Eric Tinsley said if the chains are real.
Right.
Well, they have to keep the price of commodities low, artificially low, in order for their fiat currency system to work. But it's
Hmm.
all come apart now.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that's what it's going to look like. It's going to start to unravel. Who cares about what the stock says in the stock market? Again, you're going to see it. You're going to see it in your everyday consumer prices. You're going
Harry
to.
said sorry, Karis. Harry said he's got a mouthful of gold. So I'm like, don't smile, bro.
Yeah,
Just don't smile. People might
yeah,
start knocking out teeth.
yep.
Mm.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just keep wearing your mask. You'll be all right.
Be
Just
like,
say
yeah, how much for that? Yeah. And you see that gold and be like, all of it. Give me your whole jaw, man.
yeah. Oh man, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, this is definitely an interesting week. And like I had said, all we're doing is just looking at prophecy being fulfilled. Not one of us has any power to do anything,
Nope.
but just look at this prophecy being fulfilled. Look, they have Moody's warning. Moody cuts outlook on U.S. banking system to negative, citing rapidly deteriorating operating environment. And that was just updated 5 minutes ago on CNBC. The banking environment is falling. If the bank is falling, America's falling.
Mm.
You
I
can't make
think you're
this
going
up.
to be doing another show like this tomorrow, Caris.
If the
Yeah, well,
bank falls, that's it. Their military is done as well. You can't
uh,
pay people, and people ain't about to put their life on the line for free.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if everybody's gonna be hunkering down in their house and just waiting for like just the shotgun loaded, and anybody
Yeah.
who just comes across the doorstep is catching it.
All those dystopian movies are now starting to ring true, huh?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll be praying for Chinese soldiers to come and feed them.
Yeah, you could be right.
Yeah. Let me get you. Let me get. I don't care. I don't care what flavor those lo mein noodles are. I just need something.
Skittles.
I just need something in my belly. I just need something in my belly. Just give me some chow mein. I don't care.
Uh, oh my gosh, the colorful ones are going to be throwing out Skittle bags.
Mm.
Taste the rainbow. Oh no, forget it.
Boy, I'd like to see the look on the powers that be's face if they're listening to this broadcast.
I don't, because Karis might be in some serious trouble.
I'm gonna be in some
Nah,
serious trouble.
I don't care.
They'll be looking for all of us, trust me.
Well, remember, I thought Rojo got caught.
Yeah, Rojo ain't here. Rojo ain't here no more. Rojo ain't here no more. He ain't on this
No,
this
he's
platform no
not.
more.
Somebody yanked him up, man.
Yeah, you already know what happened. That fake that fake. I'm just coughing. Yeah, man, you're about to get snatched.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
have mercy.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's we're seeing a tremendous day. We're looking at a tremendous time. And that's where I'm not going to tell people don't, and I'll tell you this: fear not, fear not. I'm not here as a financial advisor. I'm not here to have you
Neither am I.
have any type, make any type of investments or anything else. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay. But if Brother Karras gets laid off this week, I'm gonna need some more on that cash app. If no,
Okay, you better stock up on Roman numerals,
no.
Roman noodles, ramen noodles.
Oh man, no, I'll have enough. I'll have enough just to get me on over to the continent with a I think with the international plan for cell service and some gigabytes to at least upload a video. Hey, this brother Garrett, I made it to the land. You gonna be seeing tears on my face.
You know what? I wonder
I gotta.
will our cell service work over there? I'm
Yeah,
starting to
well,
wonder, huh?
yeah, well, they have international plans. Especially if you have T-Mobile, you got international plans.
Oh yeah, it worked. Yep. The
Yeah,
international plan, like you said, I did it. Yep.
yeah, yeah. It works better. It works
Yeah.
better there than here.
Yeah, it
You get
worked.
like you get like no drop calls. It actually works pretty phenomenally.
Yeah.
So you have to pay for an international plan?
You
Yeah.
just have to turn it on, but it's like an extra $12. It's
Yeah.
really not that bad. It's like an extra $12 that you pay for that.
Oh,
A month.
okay.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
a time when money matters, come on now, extra $12.
Well, I mean, $12 may be then a lot. At that
Yeah.
time, it'll be like $500. This is Brother Garrett.
Brother Paris, I think you'll be
Ah,
waiting in the
I-
reparations truck that you've driven at the dock
oh yeah.
to get on the ship.
I made it to the land, family. I got this enough. I need help. Help me.
The Most High took care of sparrows and geese. He still takes care of them, so nothing to
Exactly.
fear.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be looking like Martin. You see this little cardboard box right here from the Hitachi TV? This is my bed. This is my bed.
I don't think it will be that bad because
No.
I went on the continent with just a backpack and a small suitcase 30 plus years ago, and I got married into the Ashanti royal family. So, bro, don't do yourself down.
Oh, okay. So I'll have to collect wives like trophies, huh? Hey, what you bringing to the table for Brother Cash right here?
Don't start that debate again, please.
Oh man,
Just,
here
just,
comes
just
your
don't.
coma. Here
What?
comes your coma. Final thoughts. Final thoughts. Let's get everybody in. Final thoughts. All right. No,
Cobra, stay where you are, you trouble. Ye who troubleth Israel.
I mean, I'll be back on the continent. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back on the continent. Okay. I brought all my wives, all 15 of my wives, Rolls Royces. I am the sheikh.
I laugh, but I'm actually screaming inside. Ah!
Don't do it. Cobra's gonna be like, oh, you know, I'm gonna stare at this trouble. I'm gonna stir this thing on up. The pot's gonna get stirred up.
Look, look, look. You got daughters, right? So I know you don't want more than one. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. My daughters would be really feisty.
I tell you one thing: girls fight harder than boys. We
Oh
do.
yeah. Oh yeah.
We do.
Oh, they'll stab you.
Because oh
They'll
yeah,
stab you.
Once
boys
you
will get
get to
over it.
that land, all that Europeanity will be out of you.
Look, Uncle, let's not.
You
All
gonna
No.
that
admit
Europeanity
today.
will be out of you.
Oh my
I
god.
like the way I like the conversation about the banks just losing all its money. That's sweet to me.
Yeah. But a brother will have to go to find that harem that will be that man. No. Let me
Hey,
stop.
You are a
hey,
glutton for
Isaiah
punishment. You
chapter
hey,
really
9,
are.
verse 1
you
says,
know what you know what they gonna
As
say.
an old geezer, I just wanna be under a nice cool fruit tree, watching them heathens work for me.
Oh my goodness.
You know what they gonna say. Women same as cash.
Oh my
Oh, oh, oh.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all gonna
Dave,
y'all
don't
gonna
turn me
You
into
get
a
just
me
wear
in
that
feminist.
pretty
trouble.
accent.
Don't turn me into a
Trouble.
feminist.
Trouble.
I feel myself transforming. Stop it.
Trouble. Trouble. This is my bed. After I tried to make money with my wives and it didn't work. This is where I'm sleeping.
One day I'm gonna bring my wife on and let her talk about how she feels about having a second wife. She doesn't care, but I
Yeah, she
don't
says
want
that now.
Yeah, exactly. Wait till George. George, we prayed for you to have that miracle where you didn't have to, where you came out that surgery. I don't know what miracles there's gonna be made when you got 20 stab wounds up in you. Okay, look, we're gonna call you.
Yeah, okay, so you're gonna let your wife choose for you? Because we will be mean. You ain't
You
getting
know
no
what? One
20,
is a
21
headache,
year old or something like that.
two would be a nervous breakdown.
You be getting some Mrs. Doubtfire looking creature, I'm telling you. You want this? Have it.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
You won't see her until your wedding night. Remember, we're keeping it old school Israelite style. So that veil will be on her face and everything. I've seen some of these women, they squeeze themselves into whatever. They can deceive you, and then when it's all said and done, shock horror. So yeah, you guys carry on. Because remember, a lot of these wives, these women, they chose if she said yes or yeah, I'm just saying.
See, that's when we're gonna bring out the X-ray vision goggles.
Yeah,
Well,
you lot got you
Well, the
got
book says they will
something
be
for everything,
choosing
haven't
us.
you?
well, I mean, I look at it like this. Look, when you do have a financial collapse or a financial calamity like this, it really does start to bring out the worst in people. Not to say that we're going to indulge in the worst, no, heaven forbid, but you're going to start to see a lot of just craziness that's going to happen,
Mm.
right? And I'm not here to have the conversation of multiple wives. That's not the case. That's a joke. on the
Yeah,
land.
we're
It's a
just
joke,
joking.
you
Yeah, I'm
know.
joking as well, man. I mean,
Because that really does mess with a
Yeah.
lot of people's feelings. It's like because I've seen it. I've seen that. I mean, I've dealt with that. I not dealt with it, but I've heard the stories. They're horror stories because of the lust of our men in particular. You know, and that's yeah. But for this situation, this is just a joke because of everything going on.
Wait.
Okay.
It's not just the men. The Bible says it's going to be 10 women going to come to you. So it'll be the women too.
Yeah, but But here's the thing: they're gonna come to you. That doesn't mean you're gonna choose all 10.
no, look, if I threw six hamburgers or 20 hamburgers your way, are you going to eat them? Like,
Hell
really?
yeah. I'm going to take them.
And then guess what happens?
You done bought. You
You're
told
bent
me
over in pain.
he bought your protection for a cheeseburger. Oh my goodness! You just gonna
Yeah.
be. We're just gonna call you. What was that? The Hamburglar.
The wimpy. No, wimpy. I gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
I thought we were leaving that system in Babylon.
You just look. We're just gonna call you Grimace. Grimace.
Oh dear. Oh my days. Nah, man. Like, no, I'm telling you, women don't play nice together. I'm just telling you.
Oh, I
Like,
know
unless-
that. I know
There you
that.
go.
I'm just messing. I know that. But I'm just saying that everybody think it's just a man who wants a bunch of women. I'm thinking like, no, the Bible clearly states that the women will be approaching men.
Yeah, it does say that. It does say that. I remember the camps used to say that, and they used to say that it was the Gentile women. Like, the way they go on, it's like, are you guys jonesing for some Gentile women? Like, what is this?
Yeah, my ancestors were the Elamites. They were also lust also plagued them as well. You see it with Holofernes, Xerxes, and then even after my ancestors, because they were responsible for the captivity of your ancestors, the Israelites. The Most High in Daniel chapter 11 scattered my ancestors to that land, and that land again, it's played out in India that there was divisions upon divisions of the Persian kingdom. And yeah, there's one of my ancestors, Aditya Karikalan, in the it's in a movie called Punyan Selvan, but he that lust drove him mad. He couldn't think straight. So
It's a lust that needs to be purged out.
Yeah,
Definitely in the kingdom.
yeah. That afflicts our people. It afflicts our people, both men and women. You know, and to say that it doesn't, that's a lie. But we have to be mindful of all the traps that was placed and have been placed on us. Now, all I can say is, look, there's going to be a lot of people lusting after things when things collapse. Do you get what I'm telling you? That greediness, envy, jealousy. And who do you think they're going to target first?
Yeah, us, the
They always
easy, the
target
easy.
black people.
How come you all didn't get affected like that?
I don't know, we just special.
we,
Uh-oh.
we
What can
be
I tell
joking
you?
with them. We were
We
joking.
already at the bottom.
Exactly. Where can we go?
Exactly. It's no
You
Right.
didn't get that. I'm gonna be saying you didn't get that African diaspora check.
You didn't buy the anti-captivity spray from Brother Carrots. That's what the problem is.
Right.
You didn't buy that. That's why. If you got that, or even I think he's working on something else. It's like a anti-depression before captivity. That's what you need to.
It's an anti-depression face cream.
Yeah, exactly.
When they put their face-
Exfoliation.
They put white cream on their face, and then they put red blush on their cheeks, and then they'll put a red wig on their head, and then they'll put a big red nose on their face.
Ah, you really don't need to do that though. They can just come as you are.
But it's that anti-depression cream kit. It's a cream kit, right?
just and it comes with a little handheld mirror. Chuckles.
It'll cure your it'll cure you.
Cure those depressions, I'm telling you. No more bouts of depression.
We're laughing, but it's getting serious.
It's getting serious though. Oh, it's
It's
getting
true.
serious.
It's true.
Somebody said that they wanted to order a case. They emailed me. They're being dead
Are
serious.
you for real?
I need
Are
100 cases of that.
Oh my gosh, I'm shocked.
I said I'll send you 100 cases. I said I need 2,000 up front.
Give me a down payment first.
They're available on Amazon and eBay.
That's a two. Are you
Oh
for real?
my goodness! Like, I need 100 cases. Like for like what? Like this dude has to know that I was just joking, right? All right, cool. You give me $20 up front. At least I can go to the Dollar Tree. You know.
Oh my gosh.
I'll just
The scripture says they're a foolish nation. Like, I mean, come on.
What is this? Hand sanitizer and water. That's all. What's just liquid ingredient? Oh, a little bit of tea tree oil. A little bit of tea tree oil. You know, get that smell up.
Maybe a bit of argan oil as well if you're lucky. Just a few drops though, not too much, because you know they don't like oil.
That's true.
You remember? Go ahead.
Because I was seeing like the history of like how they didn't come up with toilet paper until like the late 1800s or something. That's crazy.
What were they doing? Ew. Ooh.
It's that good old hand.
I
don't even think they did
feel
that.
about washing.
I
Oh
don't
my
think they
gosh, I'm
did
sorry, I
that.
feel sick.
I think they just squat and go.
Yeah. Any
No
little bit of
wonder they
remnant.
wore all those layers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Catch it.
Hold the
Tear
fuck
off some
down.
of that petticoat and just ew. I saw a
I heard they
family.
would- yeah.
No,
I
go on,
heard
go
they-
on.
I heard they dumped the waste on the street.
Yep.
Yeah, they did a lot of that in France
Right in
as
the
well.
pot.
Yep.
Yeah, it was right in the pot. They just throw it in there, and then that was what the street sweeper was originally for, was to sweep
Yeah.
everything down into the sewage,
Poor
and then the
sod.
water would carry it away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time, family. I'm gonna have to get y'all for final comments. And then I
5
gotta,
hours.
yeah, final comments. I'm gonna get Brother Betzel.
Okay. I just wanted to, I ain't much to say. I enjoyed y'all today. Thanks again for letting me in, Brother Karras. And I would say y'all just keep keeping them commandments, and that's what it's all about. You know, that's where our salvation and no stress, because if you know you living up right before him, you're pleasing him, hey, it's gonna all work out. Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. All right, Brother Don P. I know Brother Don P is on out there flying. So, Brother Don P, you know, while we got you on
we're out there
autopilot.
flying. We're up there flying. But, you know, all things work together for the good of those who love Yahusha and are called according to his purpose. So I'm going to land there.
Hallelujah. Brother Don P is like, man, I got to make sure my change is correct. You know, they messing with the brother's bank account right here, you know? Oh, man.
Is
Brother
he on the road
Michael,
again?
Yeah, he's trying to get his change up, man, before this whole thing goes.
Wow.
He said, I gotta make my stops.
Brother, I would say this, and I say this to all of Israel. Mentally, prepare ourselves when it comes to who our God is, or our Elohim. It's not money, and yet and still, we still live as if everything is going normal. We still, stand within reason, save your money and things of that nature. But once it hits the fan, it's just going to hit the fan. Money is no good no more. That's what the book of Ezekiel said. It's going to be flowing around in the streets. So we don't want to be the ones jumping off a building because money is no more good. It's no longer effective. And so my point of saying it is mentally, we go out to really truly continue to separate ourselves from money. I'm talking viewing it, not viewing it as a god. It is not a god. It's just a form of payment. That's all it is. And so, and then at the same time, always praying and sticking with your brothers and sisters.
Amen.
And I would say that. And I'd say shalom, brothers and sisters.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Thank you, Brother Michael. All right, Brother Rohan.
My final moments are I pray that the Most High continue to bless Yasharel, to continue to be the salt of the earth within Israel, and then eventually to the other nations. And I pray that my own nation repents of the sins of the ancestors, and because that movie, Punyan Selvan, it wasn't about us. It wasn't about my ancestors like being glorified. It was the Most High showing the sins and to ask us to the arms of Babylon to come off. And I pray thirdly that the nation of Esau repents at what they have done to the children of Yasharel, repents, and if the government's not doing it individually, give the check, give the reparations. Because if out of the nation of Esau, it was Job that was righteous, and so I just that's my final comments. Because again, that pride is going to destroy you. Destroyed my ancestors, and of course, my nation's not ruling now, but the pride did destroy my ancestors. So,
Absolutely.
Amen.
Well, thank you, Brother Rohan. I appreciate it. Hallelujah. Yeah, he said something very interesting.
Shalom.
Pray for Edom. It's hard to get past our flesh because of people that have wronged us. But listen, that their judgments between them and the Most High. And that's all we can do. We're talking about a nation group, okay? Within the nation group, the people can come out now. But strictly speaking, as the nation group, they have to go through judgment. That's just how that goes. Now there are righteous people within those nation groups. There always have been. There always will be. But as a nation, that judgment's coming on them. Sister Chantel, final thoughts.
I had fun. I really did have fun today. And although it's yesterday was needed and it had me in tears and everything. And, I appreciate that, the lesson yesterday, but sometimes it's like, sometimes you just need to laugh, sometimes you need to cry. And I appreciate all those emotions. We're not stunted. We're not in a box. We don't have just one emotion that they like to put us in a box and say, well, this is who we are. We have a range of everything. And it's just nice to be able to express them, to talk about all conversations, to just be amongst family and friends and just be, So I appreciate that, and I love every single one of you. It's a blast, and I can't wait to put my feet on the land, and just hang out. Instead of doing it virtually, it'd be nice, or digitally, should I say? It'd be nice to just do it in the flesh as well. So I look forward to that day, and I look forward to see what's going to happen next week. It feels like we're at the end of the week already. So, but yeah, pray for all of Israel, and pray for all those who want to graft in. We don't, when we talk about the Gentiles and everything, we're talking about the unrighteous ones. So if you aren't that type of way, then it's not applying to you. It's not applicable. So, but love you, Israel, and I hope and pray that you all have a great day.
Thank you, Sister
Hallelujah.
Chantel.
All right, Brother Asaph.
Well, Karis, thank you for having me on today. And it's been a wonderful 5 hours and 10 seconds. And it's been fantastic, these lessons coming out. And I don't know how I'm going to manage when I go back to work full time and I can't listen to them every day. But I think that it won't be too long now before we'll be sitting around a campfire back in the land, and we're talking about what used to happen in the land of our captivity. And I think it won't be too long before we'll be out of here soon, my friend and my brother. All we have to do is keep in those commandments, remain prayerful, and holding on to Yah, because Babylon's system is finished now. We know that we have an Elohim that doesn't fail, and his word doesn't return to him void. And the time for us being scattered as a people is up now. I believe that. Shalom, family, and I'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Brother Asaph.
All right. Thank you, Brother Asaph. Shalom. Brother Dave.
Yes, sir. Listen, I just want to thank you for having me. Thank you for having us up here. Thank you for letting us go 4 or 5 hours. When we had a good time. I hope everybody was entertained. And hey, man, listen, y'all go to the store, get some extra food, get some extra supplies, because you might need it to barter and trade. You never know
Absolutely.
what for. Barter and trade system is the best there is. It's the oldest time.
Absolutely.
So keep your head on the swivel. Love y'all. And I'll probably see y'all, because there's so much stuff happening. I'll probably see y'all this afternoon. Somebody will be on. Or later on in the week. Something's going to happen. I just got a feeling.
I'm pretty sure it'll probably be Yakoba and Teu will be on. Because, I tell you this. See, what happens is that during the financial day, especially with today, a lot of the market reports will come out around 1 o'clock. So we're still about 2 hours away. We're in a 2 hour window. Then when those reports come on out and it said, oh, well, guess what? Inflation's still out of control. But inflation's still out of control, but these banks are still failing. It's just going to be more of a disaster.
Right.
So it's the recipe for disaster. So, yeah, we'll definitely see how this thing goes. I don't know, Sister Eme, we pick up on this or who else, but yeah, this is going to be a little bit. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy. That's why we always have to be fearful and mindful of everything. Look, I may say a few jokes, and I know that Dave is still doing his best impersonation of I Am Legend in Philadelphia. Nobody's gonna catch me out here lacking on Market and City Line. You already got the zombies there in Kensington, right?
Yeah, they here. They definitely here.
Nobody's catching me. I got South Street on lock. If you cross that the Schuylkill, it's all over.
That's
It's
right.
all over.
You mean the sure kill?
Oh my goodness. They will be hitting golf balls out of the old Navy Yard. Man, I'm sorry. I had that. I had to get that one in. Oh man, hallelujah. So yeah, family. Look, just rest assured that this is where we're on that. Any other thing else, Dave? I'm gonna set you to the back.
Nah, that's it, brother. I'll see y'all a little later on. Keep your head on the swivel. Love y'all.
Hallelujah.
Peace.
Hallelujah. All right, family. So I definitely that was a long show. That was long, but I definitely I wanted to keep everything on track and on course, and I think we did. I'm pretty sure we did. This is a lot of man. There's a lot going on here, but the point of this is that we still give the Most High praise and we still give Him glory and we still honor Him. We still worship Him because He's the one that brings us on out. He's going to bring us on through. That's His promise. That's a promise He made to His people. That's a promise He made to His children. And we have an awesome and faithful and loving Elohim that always keeps His promises to the very end. Isn't that awesome? It is an awesome time to be alive. There's things going here, there, everywhere. We were talking about aliens a couple weeks ago, talking about UFOs and balloons and look at this. Something's getting ready to happen, family. If things pop off in April, it does. If it pops off in May, it does. If it doesn't pop off, then it is what it is. But I see this thing is happening quicker than what anybody could even imagine. Because we have an Elohim. His name is Yahuwah, and he's not playing. He's not playing with these nations any longer. So, family, let's keep each other up in prayer. Let's pray for each other. Let's support each other. Let's help each other, and let's grow with each other and be better with each other. That's all we can do. So with that said, family, most high willing, I really do mean most high willing. I'll be on tomorrow. Most high willing. So with that said, family, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom, peace and blessings. Yasharel.